Hi. How you doing? Welcome. Hope you're doing. I'm still flat. Hi Peter. Hi Bretok. Hi Jameson. Hi Evie. Wait. Okay. Wait. Hope you're doing good. Welcome. I feel like I didn't sleep enough. Look, I was thinking about fishing a lot last night. even though I was like done fishing for the day, I raided to Hope last night, and then my brain is like, ooh, like more fish, wow. So it's like, and here I am today, more fishing indeed, and I have my own very absolutely cracked fishing rod now, which I cannot wait to show y'all here. Right, so give me a second. I'm gonna open up via chat real quick here. Okay. Oh, almost 100 hours. Crazy. I mean, I did have this picture. This is when I first fished out the 174 ton turtle. I was like, oh no. It just blocks the entire sky. Anyway. VR tit. Let's play some VR tit without titting. I see where the fun person is like with the unbanned request instantly denied upon reading it. Ooh, wait, there's a unbanned request. I wanna look. Aha! Don't tell me. I think I know how to check that one real quick. All right. Mod view. Click on the name. Second tab. Yeah, it was a fun little thing. Oh, that's a wrong one. This one, yeah. Go for the name. That's a cute attempt on trying to do with a double standard thing. So adorable. Some people can be so interesting. Drama? I wouldn't say it's drama. It's more dum-dum trying to play double standard, and then be like, ooh, I don't hate people unless people being mad to me. Look at what you're doing. I'm glad Meat was there to help me translate the messages as well. I was slow, right? But Meat is so fast to catch on to their bullshit. I wanna fish. What was that? Oh, I thought I saw like a changed world. Very stupid. Look at the message. Look, they must cause trouble. Exactly. Dragon Tira, I'm a Dergbold again. I was there not giving them as much of a chance when Tira streamed way too late last night for me. Oh, you needed rest. It's okay. I mean, I'm the person who always gives people like a little bit of chance to speak for their mind, to like defend their case, but maybe being too nice to some people is just a bad idea. Hi Lexi, what's up? What's going on? I have a cracked fishing rod. Fuck. I got very lucky with the enchantment. Attraction rate plus 60%. And then 5% chance to convert fish to cursed. Even better. So what are we gonna do today? Today I want to fish out 250k money, and then I can buy that gem in Crescent Isle. There's not really a map here, so we're gonna do just that, and then we're gonna go to Harrison mummy thing in the Egypt area. When it comes to transphobia like that, there's simply no case to be heard. It's just not valid. Fair enough. Right, so let's... Where should I fish for this? I have 100k. I think fishing in open seas is not bad now. Because chances are that I might get a baby megalodon again. So let's do just that. We can look around for scraps a little bit. I know there's like a spawn here, and I guess I was right. What? You're getting interactive rod? I know. I just, you know, I'm so proud of it. I just want to shove it. I'll stop. Man, I haven't listened to Pokemon Jazz in a while. Those are pretty good. I like it. In you? I don't know. I don't know. Is there no pool? I guess I just started, so maybe that's why there's no pool. Oh, there's already a pool. Is there occult pool? Oh my god. That will be kind of amazing though, no? Occult pool plus my 5% chance to become cursed. Oh my god, it is. Okay. Alright, quick. We need the fish, we need the fish. We need the fish. Give. Oh. Come back. Right, we're good. Look at this cool looking rod. 700k well spent. And it's instant. So there's no waiting time. Speak demon, baby. I also love how they took that demon part literally. Plus 5% for fish to become cursed. Ooh, there we go, cursed cock. You're just jumping up and down. Cursed Terry. You know what else is instant? Instant coffee is what I can think of. Instant noodle? Ooh. I think those are pretty instant. Well, not instant, but you have to cook them for like 5 minutes. Cursed halibut. The priest is gonna be so happy. Oh my god. Cursed huge sunfish. The priest is gonna be like, holy shit, there's so many cursed fish. Oh my god, I'm finally useful. Ramen? True. Have you made ramen by hand? Nope. Don't think I ever have the amount of patience to make ramen by hand. Imagine the amount of strength and patience needed to knead the dough, and then to shape them like, a noodle, and then like cut them or something like that. I don't know, but holy shit, it's tough. Food making has always been impressive to me. Like I know how to eat, but I don't know how to make them. I should stop fishing for a bit. Cursed huge Atlantic salmon. I get at the making of noodles part, but everything else still take at least 15 hours. Oh, ramen? Yeah. The tare and everything is gonna take so long. Good luck fishing. Thank you, Zoro. And thanks for the lurk too. Thank you, thank you. Probably a lot less if you would rush that dashi. I know, like, making tare is probably gonna take like hours on end. It's crazy. Wait. A large efficient? Oh, hi Mama Dragon. Many dragon. You know the thing I was thinking udon, not ramen. Oh, oops. Hi Kobo. How Kobo is doing it? My throat is not feeling well somehow. Dergbold? Yeah, I like to be a Dergbold in VR chat. Hey. Oh yeah, I forgot about this. I forgot this instant. Udon is also nice. Udon's noodle is like a lot more thicker. My little pet, my little frog. Ooh. You got the dark friend here today? No, I'm currently still alone here, which is totally fine. I'm okay either way. Ooh. Left me big thick chewy nudes. I bought store-bought ones when I was living in KL alone. And then they are not really chewy, maybe because it's been frozen, so it's like, it's kind of mushy, sandy, kind of. Not the best, but hey, udon's udon, I'll still eat it. Instant fishing. It makes me so happy that I want to use the Pogi emote. I used to love, oh, I still love the Pogi emote a lot. P-O-G-Y. Talking about me and Braggy, I was the extra big turkey. Mama Dragon is extra big. They're dried udons too, but different brands and cook times affect chewiness if I remember correctly. Ooh, that's true too. Maybe I messed up. Since, again, I'm not really much of a food maker here. When it comes to cooking expertise, I feel like I'm at the bottom here. I don't know what I'm doing when it comes to food making. Ooh, pink. Oh no, that's gonna be so much money. Turkey stuck in tonight, unfortunately. Oh, it's okay. Hopefully me fishing here makes it feel a little bit better, even if just a little bit. Wait. Oh, can I get a cursed junk? Oh, in a tiny plastic bag, you cannot store anything in that. Although maybe tiny plastic bag is for kobolds, so that they can use it. Oh, oh. It is not fun stuck in human world, everything tiny and not enough kobolds to smooch. Oh, it's an, I think that's also good. Sure, campus berry can be used for gasoline trust. I could eat that. Don't give tiny plastic bags to kobold, it's a suffocation risk. Ooh. Dangerous. Radioactive huge mahi mahi. Another mahi mahi. As a kobold, I want to smooch other dragons as well. Golden huge seahorse. Seahorse is already golden, what do you mean? Well, yellow more like. But still. 0.0 kilogram? Oh my god, you don't exist. There's something at the back of my mind that I want to talk about, but I'm also like, I don't want to talk about that because it might make me sound like a fucked up individual. I'm a little bit worried. It's bugging me a little bit. But I guess I could give hints to what it is. And you guys can sort of fill in the blanks, I guess. I know when... Who was it again? When Lexi talked about suffocation risk. And then my brain went elsewhere. Oh, look, it... man. Man. I guess you could say that. But I'm not gonna like stereotype too much here, still. Can your kobo be trusted with a plastic bag? Yes. I'll take good care of a plastic bag. Kobo no. It's okay, Mama Dragon. I'm sure you guys, oh, some of you guys can already fill in the blanks, huh, with what's going on. I mean, that's less of a hint, but more like sort of already telling exactly what I was thinking about. Burning crab? That sounds delicious. Oh, you got the meta array, nice. So it's just not hurting and all that. Yeah, exactly. I definitely don't want to hurt anyone with like kings and shit. Static? Static cock? Whoa. Whoa. Wait a minute. Interesting the plastic pick up by a dark. Ooh. Yeah. Your frog is stealing from you, you need to destroy it. Zeus. No, I don't want to destroy the frog, it's so adorable. Frog friend. Also, hi Zeus. Oh my god, thread. I want money. I want money. Ooh, glitched huge great white shark. Nice. Got a big my fish. Love the glitched ones. Ooh. Rainbow honey pot. Wow. Ooh, hi Kavara. Schedule's open now, so I can join you. Oh, okay. I mean, sure. Heck yeah. I mean, it's like, so long as you don't mind me streaming, so... Yeah. Nice catch, level 100 soon, let's go. Yeah. I got an instant rod, so I got lucky. Samsung Galaxy. Bar luck. Ooh, finally a cursed fish. Love the speed demon enchantment. It's the first time I got a yellow one enchantment, and I feel like that one is like the best one I got. But I don't know, never seen any other like yellow or red enchantments. I miss listening to Pokemon Chat. Ooh. Oh, it's Samsung Galaxy. Hi. Negative. On my way. Okay. If you want to join, just send a request and you should be able to join. Oh wait, I made this instance in the Japanese server. I don't know how bad that's gonna be for you though. It's 100 ping for me, but I don't know how bad it's gonna be for you. If I did beats need to pull up. I think it was like a few days ago or somewhere along that time. I hear Kafara is almost level 500 and I was like, oh my god. I thought I'm the obsessed one. Oh, she's here. Hey. Probably gonna use this stream to eat music speak and it's nice and happy. This is a YouTube music. I usually open up music on YouTube at the background, and then I just do stuff like this. If you want, I can show you the channel. VR chat isn't a ping dependent game. True. Give me a second, come back. I was about to say it's minimal, but it's minimal. Minimal. Minimal music. And then I have like a bunch of like boom 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 here. They have a bunch of like Pokemon jazz, they have Zelda jazz, they have like Nintendo jazz. Different jazzes, I would say. Very cool, I like. And there you go, hopefully that helps. You're a Derg? Only when I'm playing VR chat I am. Well, Dergbold more like. Hi Jockey. Oh my god, what dragon? Oh. Oh, that's really fast. I like this stuff jazz. Me too. I love jazz so much. I usually listen to jazz when I sleep as well. So it's nice. I'm gonna go Tanglewood? Yeah, let's go Tanglewood and uncurse and bless the fishes that I got. Tanglewood. No, this is Coconut Bay. Where's Tanglewood? That's Tanglewood. Junkie dragon. I like there's so many dragons here. Makes my kobo brain very happy. Well. Oh. Oh yeah, one thing I find very interesting is this. Wait, no, is it not? I thought this model has this. Hi, dragon.
Good to see you.
Hickey. I wanna go bless the fish I have. It's nice to see Calfire as well. Wait?
I'll tag along.
I got a bunch of cursed fish, I think. I mean, I've been fishing kind of fast. Oh.
Got quite a few catches there.
I mean, with the instant 14, with the instant cast, I can fish quickly. I love instant cast. Oh, wow. Scrap.
What's your enchantment?
Wait.
What's your enchantment?
Speed demon.
Oh, you got the second best in slot.
Oh, yeah, I feel like it's really good.
That's a good one. I'm rocking that one too.
It's so good. It's 60% attraction rate, and then they took the demon part literally. Oh, that's the one. Oh, it's a new day. Shit. It feels so weird. I mean, last night I streamed until like 1 a.m. Oh, I shouldn't be selling them.
This game is a bit of a time abyss.
Maybe. I mean, time zones are weird. Oh.
Oh, that's not bad. You sync hour into hour, you catch a few levels, you catch a few fish, do a few levels, and the next thing you know, 5 hours have gone by.
Yeah, exactly. European Anglophile. Where's European anglerfish?
So it looks like you still have the Magna section to unlock. Would you like to check that out?
Maybe, but I'm currently trying to buy gems for now. I'm gonna buy the gem at the wizard. Oh, there it is, European anglerfish. Oh.
I believe that sells for 50 Gs.
The blue gem is like 250k money, I think.
Oh, did they change that? Because the last I bought it was 50 Gs.
Huh. You're cheating. You're cheating. I cannot believe it. Ooh. Okay, I wanna go Coconut Bay.
Alright, I'll take you there. I got the speed for that.
You get the speed.
Coconut Bay it is.
Oh my god. It's a loud oh.
I never saw what it looked like on another player's perspective, but
Oh.
it looks like I'm sitting on a washing machine.
It kinda does. I love how janky the boat is.
It's great.
Salt water. This is salt water.
Yeah, that is salt water, that is fresh water. I'm gonna throw my cast there really far. That wasn't that far. I can. Ooh, a sparking ball. So is that what you're doing, the bounties?
Yeah. After doing the bounties, then I'll try to get 250k money. It's a Kafira? Yeah. Desi said hi.
Sounds like a bad thing. Although, to be fair, I am probably a bad thing to a lot of people.
Oh, don't say that. I like
At least
dragons.
in Demonkind, I know I'm a bad thing to Demonkind.
Oh.
That's why I too have the speed demon. So I can kill him, and hunt him, and consecrate them, and call them George.
Hi, Uncle. Tobacco is doing good. Expedition by work and is kinda lurking tonight. Of course, have a good luck. Have a good luck, Mama Dragon. And good luck with work too. Yeah, I got a double red but no European anglerfish.
Local tier, nighttime. Yeah, these are the right. Wait, am I gonna pull one?
Hmm?
Yeah, I pulled one.
Oh.
Just as you mentioned it.
I want it.
Yeah, the night is still fresh. You should be able to catch one by then.
Oh, they're purple. I thought they're blue. Oh. No. Wait, no, that's not the one.
I did clear the bounties earlier today. I'm trying to remember which one is next after the anglerfish. I think it's a barracuda.
It's
I
a
know a barracuda's fifth on the list.
Wait, the daily bounty is the same for everyone every day?
They are.
Oh, wow, I didn't know.
Yeah, I had a party sync a few hours ago. We decided to do a big scrap run, then we did the bounties.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know if you know this about the scrap, but there's about 11 or 12 scrap that will appear on a map on a given day, and they reset it around. They reset at 5 Pacific Standard Time.
Even
So
if
about
you...
5 hours ago they reset.
Oh, so even if you join the new instance, they're not going to be like a respawn or something?
They only respawn on the timer, yeah. So if you join a new instance, all your scrap will be in the same spot you did.
Oh, oh. I got a pink. When
Teeth on that thing.
my
Your
one-
face all around, you're facing around, and it's like, nom, 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 nom.
It's big enough, I think I can eat it.
You flip it around to one side, and it's like, feed me, Tyler, feed me.
Hey, it's fish. I'm not gonna pass on the big fish. Oh. Yo, wait, look at this umbrella.
It's cursed of all things, too.
Yeah.
How do you demonize a broken umbrella? Well, I guess that's what that's what possession's all about.
I'm keeping it. It's so cool. Look. It's
Cursed
a shiny.
items gone wrong.
It's a shiny umbrella.
Still looking for that
Yeah,
purple tiara.
it's okay. I'm gonna get it soon. I think. Hopefully, maybe. I hope.
Oh, I remember what's after hogfish. So you want to catch a hogfish in the same spot too.
I have 3.
No, sunrise!
Hey. I have 3 hogfish, but no European anglerfish.
Demon shark, demon shark.
Wait. Is there a way to get like a different auto pet other than the frog one?
Yeah, come week 1 of play, you can typically pull a capybara.
Oh.
Like, in this case.
Oh.
I completely forgot to put mine down.
Oops. Oh, so this one is like a 1 week thing. From the daily reward?
I got a super secret, hold up.
Oh.
Oh my gosh!
That's
a golden crab! Oh my gosh! You're caught in 4K! Let's go!
I never seen that one before.
Golden crab duality.
Ooh. That's a win.
Yes! Yes!
It's a win. Big crab.
I'm gonna give that straight to my kobo to play with.
I wanna eat it. I'll eat that crab when you're not looking.
So shiny. They say you can't eat gold? Yeah, I sure can.
Destroy the frog? No, the frog is great, Zeus.
I wonder if it's edible.
Anything is edible if you believe it hard enough.
Fun fact, did you know that I think it's a gram of uranium has something like 5 to 20 billion calories in it?
Uranium calorie? Eh?
Don't ask how I know that information. It's hashtag just angelic things.
What's uranium? Oh. Mm.
Ooh, speaking of uranium, is that what I think it is?
Me?
Ooh, iodine fisher. Wanna get some radioactive fish?
Sure. I'll get the
Sure.
European anglerfish next time.
Yeah, it's better to wait until nightfall because that one kind of slipped your grass there.
Oh. It's plenty
Also,
something.
you want to see something funny?
Sure.
Before I roll it, take a look at my head.
Mm-hmm.
So if I jack up the sensitivity really, really high,
It wasn't. It's not as bombastic as I thought.
oh wait, hold on. Did client-side stuff kick in?
I think so.
Hold on, let me try that again.
They might have like smoothed it or something. It's a metallic element that's used for power or big bombs. Oh, you are. Oh. It looks like it's smoothened on the on my end. Yeah. Although it still looks a little
That's
bit janky.
interesting. It does smooth out on client-side, it seems.
Hmm.
Also, that's kind of disturbing. I'm sorry.
It's all good. No dragon is disturbing.
Yeah, because if I do it on quiet side, if I'm recording it, it looks like something out of a Gary's Mod skit. Ooh, nice catch.
Thank you. There is a way of measuring how much energy food has, but it's also how much heat something produces. I know about the food stuff, I didn't know about the heat stuff. So the thing Calfee mentioned was mega heat uranium laser?
it could be very weird like that. It's not an exact science.
Maybe. English is hard. Hi, Connie. You seen this dragon model before?
It's a really good model.
Yeah, it's a really good one. Really, really good one.
My boyfriend is rocking it, so that's always it.
Like,
It's very adorable too, because every time I walk up to pet him, he does these cute little nuzzling gestures, and it's so adorable.
oh.
Burning the food and saying how much heat it produces. Yeah, that seems about right.
Burning the food and seeing how much heat? Right? So before the corporations can say how much calorie of food has, they have to burn their own food to test it? The more I learn, huh? Also screws up calories for food purposes is that some calories are easy to break down, others are harder to break down if I recall correctly. Harder to break down. Is it something like if I were to eat pork fat, so it's gonna be like hard to like break down? But if I eat I actually don't know what's easy to break down. I'm not even gonna like pretend I know what I'm talking about here.
I imagine a dietitian would understand the topic much better. That's something I'm still looking through myself. I brought up the thing of uranium being worth that many calories because it's just a funny conversation piece that I often bring up. Kind of like drop in the hot take that coffee is just bean soup.
Coffee is bean soup? Oh,
There's an argument for that.
then I can just say that I'm drinking bean soup. Oh, I'm drinking bean
Ooh,
soup.
nice catch.
Radioactive giant
That spin
squid.
will sell for a mint.
Hey. Protein are relatively hard to break down to energy, while fruit sugars are easy to break down. Oh yeah, fruit has calories.
Yep. Sugars and fiber.
It's the model similar to Nefertiti's Dragon VRChat model? Well, rather than saying similar, because I'm using that one exactly. B.
Are you still looking around for some kobold models?
I have my own, but having some kobo model would be nice.
Something to upload VR chat later, no doubt.
one of the decades is when which was easy to break down, which was hard to break down. If you're incorrect. No, I mean, I don't even know anything about that, so I couldn't really tell. First, I posted a video of Nefertiti's Dragon model test. Cool. I mean, I don't think I need to watch the radio test. I'm already using it. Oh yeah, coffee. Dragon. I still don't know what strange pull does. Do you know what it does?
Yeah, so it has a chance to spawn every type of variation, and it doubles your luck to boot.
Oh.
Yes, indeed. It's considered the best. It's considered the best thing to fish out of, because not only can you pull like things like burning and static and holographic, but it doubles your luck chance overall, which means the underlying base fish is stronger too. Other great fishing spots are this one, the gold one, Celestial is also good, and Occult, because they all have triple multipliers. In the case of Occult, when you bless it.
I like the cursed fish.
I like the blessed fish, but I'm biased because I'm angelic.
They look so angry.
They look so doomy. The Revenant Closet, never live it down.
That's a jump scare and a half.
That was so mean, and I think that was in base game too.
Right. I mean, I guess it is a good way to introduce Doom. With the trap. With the trap and stuff. I guess we go back to Coconut Bay.
Let's go back to Coconut Bay, get your catch.
Yeah.
Hang on, I'm gonna do a pro gamer move real quick.
You move the wings or is it lower down?
No, I'm not. No, I am not BLJing at the end. But watch where I'm gonna pull up. Check this out. Wait for it.
Oh, but
Check out where I pulled out.
that looks fine. This is the perfect way to park a boat. It's fine. Oh. And yeah, I removed the wings, Caroline. I mean, I'm a Dergbold.
Come on, anglerfish.
I need Urple. Oh. Camel. I keep getting hawkfish. Oh. Ooh.
Ooh, nice catch.
Wait, I can get a
Ooh, a frozen huge? Oh baby, that'll sell for a lot.
Yeah, but I don't know if I can get a selfish here. I just got an open sea fish. What?
Yeah, they do. Some of them do overlap like that. Over at Luxian, there is overlap between open sea and that biome. They do that.
Then that's fine.
Purple on your line. Hope that's what you're after.
Oh, it's a zebra, but I'm selling it. Well, I'm not selling it, but bounty.
There we go.
Finally. I guess you can do that as an option. I don't know if you actually have modeling options. Many different models has varying different options that you can change. My own model doesn't really have much to change. Siamese giant crab? Not this one. It's Siamese giant crab. Giant. What color is that? Yeah, speaking of, my model doesn't really have any like options to change any customizations, but this Nefertiti's dragon has a lot of customizations on them. Oh, there it is. Oh, it's at the dunes. It's fresh water. I have to get into the oasis? Oh. Fine. Oasis.
Alright, I'll see you around. Do the Snoop Dogg. I'm sorry. Things too funny is when you go past.
But
If there's anything other than speed running, is that funny things happen when you go fast. Sorry.
no, it's all good. I'm just saying dragon, but
Sorry to butt in. Looks like you got the ass end of that commute.
Ace.
Now I'm just being cheeky.
A cheeky dragon. Ooh, scrap.
Ooh, yay, scrap.
Oh. I thought there would be scrap here or something. No? Wait, what? Wait, there's actually something behind the waterfall.
So you are looking for a... So these appear in the morning if my memory serves me correctly.
Ooh.
Or I can just catch one now. Was it the giant carp or the Rita catfish?
The giant carp, yeah.
Oh, I just caught one now. Okay. Okay, good.
Oh. The game bully. Apple? Siamese. Oh, I got him. That was quick.
Nice. So next I believe will be American. Let's go catch that up.
I mean, Barracuda is... Oh wait, it's saltwater, right?
Yes, I believe it's saltwater here and or ocean.
Oh, it is saltwater. Then we can just run out to the to the selling place.
Yeah, let's go.
Oh god, fishing is so fun.
Right.
I love fishing. Scratches all the right
I
itch.
like chicken.
Chicken is nice.
I like liver. I like turtles.
And Tomato is kinda nice.
Let's see if I catch a barracuda right away. No, it's a blue tier, I believe.
I think, yeah, Barracuda is blue.
So was it during the morning or during the...
What?
Yeah, it's morning. So we gotta make use.
I mean, it is morning now.
Yes. No time to waste. Alright, I got my barracuda.
I got a dragon.
Ooh, nice catch. I love the color on that one.
Yeah. I have that one locked. I love that one a lot.
Baby shark. I pulled a shark in this pond.
Honey. Oh. And a huge wahoo and a tiny wahoo. Wahoo.
So I just pulled a fish called the John Dory. I decided to give that fish a nickname.
John Dory.
John Fish Guy.
Hmm.
They're calling that fish John Fish Guy.
Isn't John Doe like a very basic name? John Doe? Usually being used
I
in.
don't know the etymology of that fish now. Oh, I'm gonna have to fact check on that.
I completed the bounty. The bounty finish. Heck yeah.
Yay! So now that you got that done, where would you like to go next?
I don't know. I just know I want money.
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 Money. I just noticed you got yourself a fishing app on your stream and we're playing this.
Yeah.
What's up, dog? I heard you like fishing.
It's the double fish. I could fish in my stream. I could fish while I'm streaming. Wow.
So maybe put some fish catching in your fish catching so you can catch fish while you catch fish.
Yeah. don't know why I like fishing so much. It's kind of weird at some point. Hey,
It's a vibe. It's certainly a vibe.
I saw dragon. Oh my god. Another one.
Another one.
Oh,
Did you want to pull up to Crescent Isle and get that blue gem? Because if I recall correctly, a 50 cadet.
I think I should probably get to 250k money first.
Sure, I can scout it and go check that, so that way you're not wasting your time.
Oh, and that would also work. Thank you, dragon.
Yeah, I'll go get that. Catch you on the flip side.
Okay. Wait, I have enough money. I have enough money. I have money. I have 284k. John Fish guy? John Faith guy? Faith. I think I can see butt here.
That's my dad.
Oh, I see you.
Yeah. It's so ridiculous.
I love the janky board.
I'm sorry, I just sat on your whole chat.
It's okay.
Did a big Bowser butt drop on your whole chat?
Well, at least I won't mind, but I don't know about the others.
And just a BLJ on your whole chat. Alright, let's see what kind of pulls we can get from this.
Samsung Galaxy.
I got a frozen sunfish.
Well, my music just stopped. Why?
Ooh, shiny.
Shiny?
So that gold crab that I pulled there was actually a super secret tier. The fact that I got a golden to boot might actually be my best catch to date.
Ooh. Oh, super secret is like higher than pink?
Yes, there's two tiers above pink. They're less aggressive than the pink, but oh baby, when you get one on your line, your neurons start firing.
Oh.
There is rainbow tier, and then there's super secret tier.
Oh, okay.
You'll know it the moment it's on your line.
I have never seen one before, but hey, maybe soon.
Ooh, speaking of gold, ooh, that's a catch right there.
That's a food.
It's a golden sunfish. I'm getting all the sunfish for.
It's gold, it's crunchy.
Manta ray.
Be
I like how every time someone pulls one, it just friggin' flashbangs your whole screen with manta ray.
yeah. It's even better if it's like a huge manta ray.
Yeah.
0.0 kilogram. Hiya.
What a giant fish you got there.
Yeah.
0.0 kilograms. Speaking of huge manta rays.
Oh. Look at that
Speak
flashbang.
Speak of the devil.
The flashbang.
I have a terrible habit of doing that. I make a joke about something and then it actually happens.
You should joke about more super secret fishes then, no?
Right?
It
I
will,
definitely should.
it will happen more.
I am the magnet for Apollo's dodgeball.
Apollo?
Cursed with the gift of prophecy.
Isn't Apollo like a food?
Yeah, Apollo is a Greek god.
Huh?
One of his things that he's known for is definitely prophecies.
I didn't know Apollo is a Greek god. I always thought Apollo is like this, like, hey, this layer cake. Oh,
a lot of things are named after Greek gods, so makes
Yeah.
sense. I mean, Nike, the god of victory, is a shoe brand.
oh, yeah. I guess I learn new things every day. I still like the
Yeah,
Apollo
there was a
layer
joke
cake.
that was. Yeah, there was a joke that was floating around Tumblr for the longest time where someone would make a joke about something and then sometime later it would actually come true, and then someone immediately chimes with this picture of these children throwing a dodgeball at one another, and then boom, Apollo's dodgeball.
Oh,
You just got dinged with Apollo's dodgeball, my friend. Ooh, pink tier.
hmm. Can I get the baby megalodon? Oh,
Speaking. You did it again! You did it again! Speak and it shall happen!
it's the baby megalodon.
The instant you say it.
Hey, I'll take it. Maybe I'm the layer
I
cake.
am cursed with the gift of prophecy. So cursed that it infects the people I hang around.
I'll rather become the layer cake. Apollo. Hey. Reach. Wait, I'm level 100? Oh my god.
Yay! Congratulations! We caught that in 4K, let's go!
Thank you. Alright, this is a nice place to sit.
Alright, let's see if my memory serves me correctly, or if they changed it.
Yeah.
Palpy is tailman. Tyler's defense is lowered.
Imagine this in 4K, and with me whispering right into your ear.
Hmm?
Are you ready, Kobo? Here it comes. You are a good girl.
Oh.
Pet pet.
4K and whispering? Wow. Eevee is so nice. I just got back to Dragon Crush. Don't worry about it, it's fine. Hello, Shiny. Oh, it's only
Yes,
50K.
it's 50 Gs.
How便宜.
Yay! Sometimes my brain works, and when it does, I'm kind of awesome.
Mine doesn't work. It's okay. I wanna buy powerful relic. I'm buying it.
Yes, absolutely. Great person there.
So, oh yeah, it's at the desert area. To butt in.
Oh, here I go again. Alright, I suppose you want to deliver that crystal then, huh?
Mm.
Alright, back to the desert we go.
Mhm.
And here I go, flashbang chat with hyperspeed dirt butt to the face.
Don't worry about it, it's fine.
Yeah, I'm like, across the water
It, it's not even dirt
now.
butt
How
to
did I
the
throw
face.
backwards? Hold on, I'm gonna find out. What happens if I go backwards?
I think you just go forward, no?
Let's find out.
I don't see Kelpie.
I think I'm going forward on the boat itself, so you don't see me.
Oh.
Oh, that's one way to think about this.
Oh, it's here, right?
Yes, it is. Now I'm just imagining this moment where I'm putting Tyler on a purse and I'm just like carrying Tyler around. Little pocket Durgan.
Hey, I like being carried around. Ancients offered you the blessing. Hmm?
Alright, and now that you got that accomplished, you can go into the lava biome.
The blessing is that I got nothing?
Check your inventory.
Protective blessing of the ancients. In case a rock falls on your head or something. Oh! I don't need a safety helmet, I need this.
Yes, indeed. You interested in finding out about that biome now?
Sure, yeah. The eternal
take your time.
fishing. Hi, Becky.
Before we pull up, did you want me to, did you want to bless and sell your fish first before we go there, or did you just want to go straight?
Place what fish again?
Bless and sell your fish. Did you want to do that first, or go straight to the new place?
Oh, yeah, I should bless my fish first. That sounds good.
I'll take you to it.
Yeah. Oh, Becky is doing good.
I'm seeing things from your POV. I am kind of big, I noticed.
I like it. I like being small.
You just see the tail wagging left and right.
Yeah.
It's so silly.
Oh, I got a fish. Maybe I can fish one. How janky is gonna be? I'm fishing.
And here we are.
I'm fishing.
See you at the chapel.
I got it.
Look at the spin on that.
It was very far away.
Easily my most favorite place.
The church? only 2. I thought I had more. Hmm,
Hey, better than nothing.
that's true. Do I want to blast umbrella? I mean, I can blast one. It still say cursed. Oh. 180? Oh my god, thank you, Becky. What do you mean you're still cursed? Oh, I want to blast umbrella. I'll lock it still. Money.
Not a bad haul.
It was a short fishing session.
Yeah, all your good stuff got locked, I noticed, but that's totally understandable. I like to lock.
Yeah,
Just
I like the good stuff.
Golden Crab Duality. That's probably my best pull all week. Oh, before I go, did you want to see my biggest fish?
Sure.
I want to show you the most absurd fish I got in my roster. Hang on one second. Go to fishes. Where is it? Where is this absolute bird? Let's see, we have this. Glitched huge baby megalodon. I think it's all the way up there. Yep! Let's see if I can grab it.
It's a big one.
I got it!
We're gonna
So, how do you know you have a genuine dragon in your party? Well, no wait, I threw it wrong. Oh, bye!
It's good enough.
Hold on, let me call my boat back.
Who that pretty lady with you? That's Calfera. That's Calfera Dragon. Yeah.
Let's go!
Pink shark. It's a huge mean shark.
And here we are.
This color is not bad. I want it. I wanna go down. Do my eyes deceive me? You have a protective blessing? It's totally tubular. It should protect you if you go down there, even without the helmet. Now you go down the volcano now, then you thank me. Thanks.
Want some headpads before we roll down? I give you some headpads.
I won.
Let's go. Oh, whatever you do, don't jump in the lava.
But lava. Am I at my cannon height? No, I'm 1-3. No, I should be smaller. There, that's my cannon height. But what if I jump into the lava though? Hmm. I'm thinking about it. It's 怎么会变红色？哇，很坏哦！真的会变红烧。哇，这样很给力一下呢，可以直接跳下去变红烧了。I mean, a stewed dragon is not bad, I think. Oof, I'm trying not to let my intrusive thought win, but I'm just so curious what's gonna happen though. Why did I scream like that? Alright, I know what's up. I didn't have my blessed umbrella, that's why. I need oh my god, it's standing. Well, I guess now I'm a stewed dragon, no? I got a standing umbrella. I love that scream. Just casually fishing in the lava. Flame guppy? What's going on? What a catch? What happened? Did dragon catch something cool? Wait, I wanna see. Oh! Oh, that's not you.
Get a load of this. This is pink tier.
Oh!
Yeah. I'm getting all these crazy. I need to roll with you more. I'm getting these insane pulls.
Eh?
We got a fried fish. Let's go. A pink tier fried fish.
Heck yeah. I wanna go to a high place. Oh my god, gay fish? Fuck yeah. We love gay fish. I got it. Huge crystal pike. That looks cool. This music perfect for listening to Homer Simpson burn to a crisp. Oh, is that the Homer Simpson shouting? I didn't mean to jump, no. Molten angler. I never really watch any Simpsons, so I have no idea. I only know about the Peter Griffin death pose, and that's pretty much it. Tiny crystal plant. In-game music here is pretty sick. Guess I'll listen to it for a little bit, why not? Sounds very tribal. Muck crap. Air skill trap. That's too far. How do I can make that jump? Unless I'm temporarily big?
Good girl. Just as simple as that. Good girl. Maybe with a side of pets.
I was trying to parkour. There was some place I can jump around.
Oh no.
Either side of pet. Would I be able to get there? Unless there's like a movement tech in VR chat that I didn't know about, then not too sure I can get past this one. Are you bone? I don't think I am. Or not now at least anyway. Basalt eel. There's one thing I don't like about the in-game music is that there's too much downtime. The kobo? Ooh, red. Red demon fish. I got something comfy likes demon. Imagine pulling a blessed demon fish. It's possible. I want a blessed demon fish now. Ifrit Barracuda. Oh. I only know Ifrit through Clive from Final Fantasy 16. That is in Tekken 8. Crazy. Ooh, Samsung Galaxy Ifrit? Whoa, what is that? That just shiny. Uh-oh.
Not again.
It's okay, it's only lava, it's fine.
So I ended up pulling another pink tier. That was a Hellmaw group, or they call it.
Oh. I think I got
So when I bless it, it's gonna be even funnier.
I don't know if Komori likes dragon stew. Where'd you get that from? No. No, no, no. No dragon stew.
Give Tyler a court.
Hey. Uh-oh. Oh. Let me make you into one? No. I don't want to be a dragon stew.
Every time.
I want there's a parkour section. I want to try it. Oh, I bounced. I might have to like turn down the world volume a little bit. I assume that's world volume. Because when that happens, like when the it's kinda loud. Dragons 2 times 5, oh no. Give her a torch and she'll be warm for a day. Before you love it, she'll be warm for life. Hey, I can only do that if I'm immune to fire. Okay, we're good. Uh-oh. How did I nail that the first time? I would love lava immunity in this game. Trigger self-defense. I mean, that would be fun. Swimming around lava with a dragon avatar. I'm gonna make you immune to the Homer Simpson scream now, Coffee. Go jump! Oh. I'm pretty sure I can jump here. I do. Right. Yeah. Uh-oh. Wow, I nailed it the first time, but now it's really hard. I cannot jump. Oh. Kobo doing a little bit of parkour. This one is weird. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Is there gonna be something here? I mean, I cannot see what's directly below me, so I can't tell. But I'll jump here. It looks like the game wants me to jump here. I don't like that arch. No. I feel like I was close to something. Oh, that's a lot easier. Okay, okay. Morning, Jeffrey. Welcome. That was a good attempt. I'm gonna attempt until I did it. Oh. This is a weird one. Combo stew times 12. Are you keeping count? Crazy. Homer Burn don't wave. Feel stupid. At first I thought it was Spyro in first person until I saw the game title. See, this is how good Nefertiti's dragon model is. Oh, Dova Brodian dragon model. Oh, that was way too close. It looks really awesome. I know. Like I like my own kobold model, but and this model makes me want to like become a dragon, so I became a Dergbold. Boop. Oh my god. But eh? Wait, that's yeah, that's where. Oh wait, what? There's no way I can make that jump. That one. I mean, it doesn't look like I can. But then I don't think there's anywhere else I can go. Hmm. Hey. Yeah. Oh. I mean, there's one more thing I can try still. No. Even from there, jumping down that way doesn't really lead to anywhere. I can jump.
Yep.
Oh, I couldn't jump again. I should slow down there. Yep. Alright, I'll fish for a bit.
Sounds good.
I must be missing something. From there going there, I cannot make that jump.
Would you want me to spoil what's on the other side for you?
But not now. I'll try a few more times before then. Before getting spoiled. Oh, that's a pink? Yeah, pink.
Nice catch.
Hey,
There it is.
it's bigger than I am. Oh. Ooh. thought there might be like two different kinds of lava. Hey, another one.
Oh, nice.
Mm.
Back to back.
I got the stream and luck.
Yeah, it seems that you rub it off considering I pulled those insane pulls earlier.
Man. Toretto. Hi. Welcome.
Hello. Gotta love the instant fishing. Yep.
You free? I assume Kafara did the mysterious alien juice thing as well?
Correct. Yeah, you get a rod out of that thing.
Oh.
Like that. If you're rocking rune steel though, you're already at it, but always good to complete it for.
Yeah. I just kinda wanna see what everything does. Oh. The angry fish. Is that? Hi nature dragon. What is what? Tiger is huge pyrite snapper. Oh, it's a new one.
Big fish.
Big fish. It is. It's Kafara. Nature dragon said hi.
Hello. Not exactly. What is that? So, that's one way to greet someone.
Oh no, they said, wait, is that? With a exclamation mark.
Oh wait, is that? Oh, I misread that. Hi, welcome on in. Yes, that's me. It is me, Calpy. Please excuse the misreading there. I'm multitasking. How you holding up, buddy?
So many dragons.
Would Nature Dragon like a head pat? Cause I give plenty head pat. And friend adjacent. If not, that's fine too.
I'm okay, Blair at the moment. Oh. Well, I hope being here helps a little bit.
Being bland okay is not too bad. It's certainly.
Oh. That sounds about right.
Think a head pat will pick things up? I can certainly give Nature Dragon a head pat.
I've been given that pet.
They don't tell you this, but head pats are free. I've already given 12 head pats.
Mm.
Alright. So I'm gonna head back Tyler out. Just imagine if this is you. Head pats for you.
I'll take it. It's free.
There you go. We're gonna channel this head pat towards nature. There you go.
It's okay. I'll steal it. It's mine now.
And then I pass it off to nature dragon. Can't steal what's already given.
Oh my god, what is this leather wallet?
And why hasn't it burnt up to a crisp yet?
It's a lava-proof leather wallet. Holy shit.
Shucks, they might be using the same material my purse uses.
Mm. Oh.
Nice catch.
Oh, through the fire and flames? Nice, I did it.
Did you catch everything?
Yeah,
Let's go!
that's a lot faster than I thought. Oh my god. Oh, and a dancing cowfire.
You can say that. Although I'm more partial to this kind of dance.
It's okay, so long as it's dragon dancing, I'll take it.
Alright, congratulations, you got 100% completion on the game.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah, so about that new area, just to sort of like tip things off, they're going to be adding that later.
Oh, so it's not here yet.
Correct.
Oh.
There's a lot of speculation on what it's going to be. Some people think it's going to be expanding in the lava cave. It could be the tower out there.
Oh, there's still a few. Strawhead pirate reached level 500. Oh my god. Reached level
Fish fear
1000.
me.
He all sell 10k fish. That's a lot of yipping going on. Yep.
Whole chat line is oh no.
Good Lord Bingo find his wife. Wife? And then help Sally find her keys. What? I mean, I tried finding the keys, but they're just not there. Hey, dragon. wanna see if something over there that I can do differently. No. Oh.
Of course you had to do that.
I had to look back. I had to know. I had to know. That was a weird jump. Thank you, Jeffrey. Oh. Also, I'm being praised. Coverage is enable fly mode. Oh, is that why they disable fly mode? Oh, that chin scratch was scratching my nose. Is that why? Because of this part of this like section? I mean, it could be, but still. I want to see what's over here. That and the sweaty tryhards who kept laming out the scrap collections. Like, gosh, can we not have good things because of all the elitists? They're just like, yeah. I hate the elitists. Like, I don't know if I'm one. I don't think I am. Ow. Like when I'm playing Tekken, I'm just like, I feel like I'm just constantly learning that I don't really like this. It's just like it's so casual. Like this thing is so casual, it's beyond belief. And then people just be like, oh, they're doing cheating. Oh no, they're flying when I'm not flying. They are cheating. It's like, huh? Let people do what they want. Jesus fucking Christ! It's a casual thing, alright? If people want to make it easy for themselves, feel free. Casual, right? Gosh. You know it's bad when a level 500 fisher is calling out the sweaty players. Gosh, I mean, it does completely invalidate the bolt system too, so there's that. And that I can understand a little bit. For me, it's like the bolt system would be an optional thing, right? I guess if people prefer to fly, they can fly. If they want to use the boat, they use the boat, right? I think it's like because this is such a casual thing that it doesn't warrant any competitive points. It doesn't have any ranked matches or ranked points that people can accumulate, so it's not that like wait, am I swimming on the lava? Okay, maybe not. Jetpacks when? So yeah, I guess that's my stance on the flight system being removed in this world. I'm meh about it. I can see a point where I can see the point why they do that, but it's just can I use the word buzzkill? I think that's a bit of a buzzkill, no? that's... Oh, that's the way back. That's where we were fishing. Yeah, there's like not really other places to go. There's also the problem of other players not having flight access too, so the playing field isn't level. Yeah. Like me and Brett Hawk was playing together, and then like they were flying, but I'm not, and I'm okay. Like I feel like I'm okay with that because it's like, again, this is a kind of a... This is just a space for people to chill. It's not necessarily to be competitive with other people. So it's like, ah. Am I gonna like do the Doom door hunt now? Like just wall hump? There are very, very competitive people in this, of all places. You know what I blame on, actually? People see this game, see this world as being as a competitive world of one single thing, and I shit you not, it could be because of that thing. There's a leaderboard at the start of the game, and because of that, I think people is like wants to be validated so hard that it becomes a competitive thing. It could just be because of that leaderboard. If the leaderboard is being removed, then yeah, makes a lot of difference, I feel like. So it's a miss for me on that one, the leaderboard thing. I feel like it's just there for no reason. Like it doesn't reward anything, because if there's a leaderboard, then if there's like a... Like, let's say you're at the top of the leaderboard, and then maybe you get something hourly, or 2 hours per reward. Then yeah, it's gonna be more competitive. But if there's no reward system for leaderboards, I think just straight up removing them is kind of a good fuck. It's kind of a good idea, no? Because to me, the leaderboard is just sort of fueling the sweat of people, the sweat of elitists, and that honestly sucks. I don't like that. I will still play this game to my heart's content, I will. Alright? But gosh, that leaderboard, 100%, I'm glad you agree and see it as well. And I can also see why they put a leaderboard in here as well, to boost engagement. Alright? It gives people incentive to play more. It gives people incentive to fish more, to level more in general, right? And boost interactivity with the game, with the leaderboards and stuff. But since it gives nothing currently, I don't know if they're gonna update it to remove it entirely or add more things to it. But currently it just serves as fueling those sweats, well, being more sweaty. Not a big fan of that, but it is what it is. It's a dead end, like... It's a dead end, what? I don't see how I can do this. Another easy solution would be to have a casual slash ranked save file split. Oh. Like a channel or world system where they split the sweats or the chill. If you want to sweat in a game like this, feel free. You know, there's like a channel for that, or there's a world for that, or there's like a split world, a split instance for that. I just don't see it, right? It's a fishing game, for fuck's sake. How do you even see how do you even see this thing as being a competitive? Crazy. I would never get that. Like unless you're in real life and then you're fishing for your life out there, then I get that. But goodness gracious, this is a world. This is a fucking a fictional world where you play as a goddamn fictional character, not in the real world. It doesn't give you real money. If this game gives you real money, I can see why, but no, it doesn't. So there you have it. My stance and more yap towards this. It's a fishing game, for fuck's sake. Right? God. Like, the internet, I swear, is like anything can be competitive. Anything can be like a competition. A small argument can be a competition. I like waffles can be I hate strawberry kind of thing. It's like, Jesus fucking... Ugh. Like, gosh, man. Ugh. But then again, I've seen the psychotic MMO grind and lengths people went to reach the top despite having zero real reward for it. I mean, if it's MMO, I guess there's satisfaction to it. Maybe? Well, but at least MMO doesn't... It didn't take away people's... It didn't take away the fun in this game, at least I feel like. Because the thing is, this place's fun has been taken away because of sweats. But I can definitely see one. I mean, if there's like a MMO that I can play as a dragon, you know I'm gonna grind it for days on end, non-stop. Being able to play as a dragon is a huge deal for me. Like I'm a simple bold. If there's a game that allows me to play as a dragon or a kobold or reptilians in general, chances are high that I'm gonna play that game a lot more. Like in Gunfire Reborn, I get to play as a turtle, or I get to play as like this there's only turtle that's like sort of reptilian. There's no dragon characters. I hate Gunfire Reborn. Ay, get up, get up. Did the music stop again? What the heck? How would I do this? Unless there's a gimmick to this. Because apparently I can swim on that lava. Well, swim with the biggest quotation mark, I feel like. It's the same energy behind Munchkins and D&D. Munchkins? Not too sure what that is. All ambition and zero fair play. cannot swim on that anymore? I could swim on that one. I could have sworn that I can. Oh, sorry about the constant jump scare though. Well, I don't see how I can do that. Let's go sell that, and then we're gonna get the mysterious alien juice. Munchkins is a slang term for players who are obsessed with giving their player character the biggest stats possible and winning at any cost. They've sacrificed role-playing for their friends to win. And their friends to win? Oh no. Well, that's kind of unfun. I thought D&D roleplay is supposed to have like a break from reality, though. I guess there's sweats everywhere. What?
Good to have you back.
Yeah, I was trying to jump, but I didn't make it.
Something kobolds do.
It's okay, I'll get it someday. I wanna go sell things.
Back to the swamps then?
The who?
The swamps. Yeah, the church to bless the curse.
Oh yeah, I think I have a few. Yeah.
Yeah, especially with Speed Demon. Shall we? Ooh, a strange whirlpool though.
Oh. We can fish that.
Alright. Make a nice little pit stop here.
More fish. I'm actually so surprised to hear about D&D having sweats like that.
Yeah, even
Crazy.
D&Ds have sweats, if you can believe it. If there's a game, someone is gonna just play to the absolute absurd.
Yeah, I guess people really look at the win as like bigger than anything. Like they just want to win.
Yeah. It's definitely like an attitude or mentality. Some people just have way too much ambition and just don't understand how fair works. Forget why we have rules in the first place.
Oh, yeah. Hey.
Ooh, radioactive huge three-headed. Oh my gosh, I got another sick bull.
Nice. Radioactive huge three-headed salmon?
Yeah.
Heck yeah. All three-headed salmons are pink. Nice. Oh, look at flashbanged.
Yeah, it's definitely something I ponder, because I do often play games at a higher level. Deep Rock Galactic, Doom Eternal.
Oh, I see you play at a very high level with those games.
Yeah, and I've seen like the really ridiculous things people do in Dungeons & Dragons. It's like, oh my goodness. I've seen like the really broken stuff people bring to tables, and they expect to be taken seriously in roleplay.
Oh no. Oh, burning crab. That sounds delicious.
It does. And that's kind of the thing. As someone who often plays games and really likes to figure out how to get good at them, it's the difference between someone who min-maxes at a tabletop versus a munchkin. A min-maxer is just, they just kind of enjoy the process, the thought experiment, the theory. A munchkin tries to actually bring the broken stuff to a table.
Oh, that's kind of depressing, actually.
Yeah, people go to people.
Hmm. I can only imagine.
Huey's gonna heal me.
Hmm? I can imagine all the people over there with like playing with a munchkin, and then everyone just like secretly face palming non-stop, like
Cringing at the word salads they put together in their role plays.
I got the
Nice
shit.
catch, by the way.
Heck yeah. I like Shaq. I guess the only game that I play at a I mean I wouldn't say high level. Okay level is, well, Tekken. Even then I don't really go to people's stream where people play Tekken 8 and then just be like, oh, that's -12, you should have punished it, or like, oh, that's unsafe, you should not be doing that. I got a rainbow.
Yeah. Yeah. That is the nature of fighting games, though, because considering there always has to be a winner and a loser in a fighting game, it's just the nature of the beast.
Yeah. I got a Steve.
Oh, nice catch! Holy shit, you got a super secret.
Yeah, it was like, I thought it was purple and it kept changing.
Congratulations, is that your first super secret?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, it was a rainbow tier. The rainbow or the other one?
I'll take it. That's really cool. It's a lock. Steve has been locked.
I am Steve.
Steve? I like camo huge cock. I like Steve in Monster Hunter.
I like Steve in Deep Rock Galactic.
Oh, there's Steve in Deep Rock?
Yeah. So there's a perk called Beastmaster, which you can take a glyphid grunt and name it.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I have been using that too. Holy shit.
Yeah. Yeah, it gets named as Steve.
Oh, I love Steve. Angry.
Reminds me of the one time where we decided to stack Steves in a lobby. That was some fun stuff there.
4 Steves in one place.
It's the best.
Yeah. I like to grab the armored one.
Yeah, if you can get regen bugs, your Steve will basically be borderline immortal, short of a Vulcanator.
Oh,
Or
is
drop
that...
odd.
I didn't know there's a regenerative Steve.
So yeah, if you go into a mission with regenerative bugs, it will affect Steve.
Oh, oh, okay. I can see my own title.
Check it out, you can see it in the background there.
Background?
Check that out.
Oh,
You still
oh
see
yeah.
my fish.
It's the pink. Everyone can see the pink now.
I'm so glad I got that. of good catches today.
Yeah. Maybe Coffee's lucky.
I'm gonna go consecrate the fish first.
Bless fish. Five? I don't think there's really any fish that I want to log. I think this is fine. It's the fish. It's the big one. I guess I can sell 3,000 fish. I'll take it.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Oh. Who even is Galore Bingo? Galore Bingo. I mean, I know there's like a weird NPC back here. Could that be Galore Bingo? I don't even remember what they say. I don't even think they mentioned something or anything about wives and stuff. Any scrap? Oh, actually, I thought about something last night before I went to sleep. Right? I actually forgot about the Pokemon Monster Hunter Emerald thing. I was playing it halfway and then I don't know what happened, but I kind of stopped. But it was not my intention to just like stop the game because I want to play more about the game. I'm pretty sure. Ooh, scrap! I'm pretty sure there's Malzeno in the game. I'm pretty sure I saw Curio, and then I'm pretty sure I saw Guga. So there's Nargacuga as well. I don't know if there's any other like subspecies or deviant species, but I do plan on continuing or maybe even replaying the Monster Hunter Pokemon Emerald thing. So yeah, that has been in my mind. You've seen a worm? Is this your house? Yep, you're looking to buy. I'm good. Oh, I guess I still don't know who Galore Pingo is. Oh. I do wonder if Kalfara has been to the Demon Tower. Not that I've seen any way to access the tower. don't think I can jump up there. Unless there's like a hidden tech that I can do. But I don't know that there's not really any like hidden tech that I can do to jump up that high. Even that lava place, I couldn't even, I don't even know what to do. Unless there's like an unlock to double jump somehow. Then maybe. What? You... What? You told me it's in high place. You never said that it's in Tanglewood. You absolute dipshit. You never told me that. I would have never thought about looking around Tanglewood. What the fuck? What? She never told me that's in Tanglewood. That's fucked up. I never would have found it on my own. I got extremely lucky. I don't even know what came over me. I was like, oh, I can walk around the tree. If only it had wings. I'm sorry, a dipshit. I never once mentioned that you are a dipshit. What's a dipshit? It's an insult. I don't know what it is. I mean, if I could, I would just be like, "Hi, right?" I would say something like that, but I don't think it weren't that. I don't think they weren't to be that rude. So I got the key somehow, and then there's still. I guess I can. I only have one left. Ordinary Krobingus. Fingers. Welcome back to 2013 memes. Fingers. Those were the good old days. Someone who is dipped in shit. I guess that's close enough. I can take you to Crescent if you want. Sure, yeah. Comes from a word dipstick, which is a tool used on car to check oil. But, and also an insult for calling someone dumb. Oh, dipstick. So it's easier to pronounce because dipshit? Wow, lore. It's an old insult? No. Okay, whoa, I'm old. God damn it, I'm old. 1980s. Wow, I'm even older. Oh my god. Shit. Oh, dipstick is 1980s. Okay, okay. Most people don't use dipstick anymore. Fair. I mean, it's hard to pronounce. I almost bit my tongue just trying to say that. I see the boat. This place is small.
Found an ionized fish if you want to go there. Oh, you should deliver it, please.
I already got the key, so it's fine. We can fish more.
As you wish.
Yeah. You're small? I like being small.
Check it out, efficient reels. Not fast, I can reel these in.
Fishing reels? Wait. I think how the signal poses flex depending on the boat movement. It's the attention to detail.
I am currently level 470.
470? Oh my god.
I can quit at any time, I swear.
I might not stream this anymore. This might be the last fish stream. And then it will be like a random off stream thing, I guess, when I stream when I fish for a little bit.
Yeah.
Since
I imagine new content will come out sometime down the line.
yeah, unless there's new content, and then I can stream, I can fish a little bit more.
Yeah, I'm sticking around for level 500 because apparently they have a pretty big reward for that, and I've been enjoying the game for the most part.
It's a big reward for 500.
Yeah. Apparently you get the best in slot rod for it.
Oh, I'll think about it.
Yeah.
It's gonna be.
I only got to this level purely for the love of the game.
Yeah, that's fair. I can only imagine just grinding this game for the sake of just to get level 500 for that reward.
Yeah.
It's gonna be painful for the brain.
Yeah, no doubt.
I don't know if you can hear my gate noises. I'm sorry if you do.
I heard some background noises, no big. It's not too bad.
Thank goodness it's not too bad.
If it is bad, I'll definitely.
Yeah. Tell me about it. I'll try to solve it or something.
Yeah, sounds good. Yeah, what kept me going this long in regards to level ups is just I had a lot of friends who were getting into it too, so we were hanging out all the time.
Oh, that's nice. Any advice on dating? Ooh, I think you're asking the wrong Dergbold. I have zero experience on dates. I never dated anyone. Sorry about that.
I'm no authority for talking about dating. I've had some success, that's how I can say that.
Ooh.
Obviously, I can't speak for everyone. I can only speak with my own personal experience.
I feel like dating is a very... It varies for different people. Oh my god, radioactive baby.
Holy shit, this is more toxic than a League of Legends lobby.
I'm tempted to wade in and touch him first and sort of ace. Anything I say feels like it would be invalid. I couldn't. I could not really chime in on this. I have zero idea.
I do understand the touch-averse bit, though. This is something I often deal with furries, and especially scalies. Scalies are very problematic with this, where they'll often touch. They're very touch-starved, and I've often dealt with a lot of them that try to touch me without my consent. That's very common, unfortunately.
Oh, that's what touch averse mean. Like avoiding touches in general?
Yeah, I'm neutral touch personally. It really depends on the person. If I feel like a person is, you know, kind of disregarding my boundaries, consent, I feel like I'm gonna have a bad time around the person. I don't want touch.
Yeah, I mean, isn't that normal? I wouldn't want anyone.
Like to think that.
Yeah, I wouldn't want anyone that's like, I don't know who that is, just touch me out of nowhere.
Yeah, I deal with that so much in Scaly Twitch chats where people try and do like this weird play stuff and touch me in really weird ways. And it's like, are you kidding me? Like, who are you? Who starts a conversation like that?
Oh yeah. Actually,
And that's just on the internet side. I see that touch starvation even in the local stuff. But I don't think it's a bad thing to be touch averse. You know, everyone has their emotions. Oh.
Yeah. Can freak out with touch or even implied touch. Even with those I love, I can be bad at times. Oh, okay. Nice, Alec.
Yeah, that would certainly be a new level. I can't speak with that, but I do understand touch aversion to a extent.
Oh.
If I really like someone, then I'll want to snuggle them all day. If I don't have that comfort level, then, well, please get to know me first.
Yeah. I mean, I guess that's pretty normal in my book.
There are a lot of scalies that would go from 0 to 100 pretty fast. I'm like, you kidding me? That's an ongoing complaint of mine.
I guess it actually happened to me a few times in chat. There are people who came into chat and be like, oh, whoa, that's you? oh, whoa, pets you is wild. I'm touch starved. Oh, I don't want to drag the light down right now, but even if I'm brushed, that even if it meant to comfort me, oftentimes they keep an anxiety attack. Ooh, yeah, that is quite a severe case, no? Well, sorry you have to deal with that, but yeah. I mean, it's okay, you're not exactly dragging the mood down. It's when people deal with things, it's very understandable, right? And then you're talking about this. It's also nice because now that I know not to like be rude with touches and stuff around you.
Yeah. At the end of the day, it ultimately boils down to how much comfort a person has around you.
Like Breggy can spoil me all Breggy once. I love that. I found your keys. No way, I've been looking for these. Thank you so much for finding them. I was looking around on my own, but all I found was scrap metal. Can I have all of them?
Thank you, Breggy.
I think they give rewards in the Luxian Dunes in exchange for this stuff. You can have all the sort of beef team.
Yay!
Dang, okay.
And XP, let's go!
Oh, and XP, I leveled. Because of a good story. Aww. Then...
Oh, Tyler, can I show you something really silly?
Uh-huh.
You can fish out of this fountain.
Yeah, I've been fishing in this fountain for a bit.
Also, now that I'm here, speaking of kobolds,
I will think. Have you found the second last biome? I assume that's the lava? Yeah. I went to the lava. Oh, isn't this the kobo, a small... This is a small kobo garden.
yep, this is Kobold Garden.
It's a nice bulb. Not lava? Ooh, then I'm not so sure.
Adorable.
I mean, kobolds are adorable. By the way, Tiara, I'm listening. Also, hi Ash. Hi Kobold. Wait, why do I still have this red gem? It's bugged. Someone help might be needed to free this person? A prisoner? Why do I have a prisoner in my fucking inventory? What?
Oh, it's a play.
If you wish to know, and only you, hit me up in private sometime, but also like make sure you're emotionally sturdy for that moment. Oh, I'll keep that in mind then. But I also hope that no hard feelings if I did not in the end find you for that story. Missing a second last biome with the index? The second last biome? Oh yeah, it's empty though. Do you have any idea of the second last biome in the index?
That's being worked on.
Oh. Couple.
I love this avatar.
It's so good. So, essentially, if everything is 100% here, Bracky, then that's the game has to offer for now, I think. So now I guess we'll just have to find Glorpingus? Glorpingus?
Would you like some assistance with the quest in question?
I would like to know where Glorpingus is, or Glor whoever that is. Glorp?
So it appears that you interacted with something you don't recall. That was like your main clue.
Oh, oops. Oh, crap.
Basically, if you want, I can tip off to where that was in the beginning. You can sort of like puzzle it together yourself.
Would be nice.
All right, let me escort you then.
No, patient navigate all the pink fish. Hey, that's okay. I'm stuck in a hole. I cannot get out of this hole.
Oh, there you go. A3.
I was stuck in a hole.
Alright, I'll take you to where the last breadcrumb was, and I will let you puzzle that.
I mean, frankly, you can always just like fish for a little bit when you feel like it, and when you don't feel like it, you can always come back next time. Like, and don't mind me being obsessed for just like I just keep fishing all the things possible as fast as possible.
Like tail taking up the whole thing. So silly.
It's okay. I'm looking at dragon tail. I'll take it.
Alright, so this is where you ended up finding that last clue.
I took a peek.
Yikes.
And a scrap.
Yikes.
My favorite customer. What's your name, Giuseppe? What can Giuseppe do? Where's the green juice? They say if you hold it, your luck improves tremendously. What's under that tarp? Don't fuck with a Giuseppe. Don't fuck with a Giuseppe? What? Why did you say?
Shut up in your face.
Ciao, Bella. Make it quick. Giuseppe busy with many customers. There's literally no one here, dumb fuck. Where's this place? Giuseppe shop. Giuseppe started all on his own many years ago. Right. The stalker gasp. As long as the fish is being deep fried and served with chips and tartar sauce, it's all good. Oh, I want them. It is 200.
I'm not drinking that.
Well, I bought it.
Mysterious alien juice.
Oh, Mamma Mia! Welcome to Giuseppe's shop. What can Giuseppe? There's nothing else here, you stupid.
That's a strange little thing to see a UFO there, huh?
Yeah. Oh.
Wonder what that means.
I have to chop it up. I think my fishing rod's stuck. There you go. Glorpingo find his wife. You're pink, right? So that's just... Wait, I think I know who Glorpingo is. Glorpingo is the one in the desert area. There's like a Yamcha pose person, I think.
Yamcha pose.
Yeah.
Seems alright. Did you want to go there?
Sure, yeah.
I'll jump ya.
Banshee, oh my god. Hi Banshee. Glorping is usual, I see. Yes. Glorping's usual, I see. Oh, Dr. Eggman.
Now
is
I'm
so
hungry
good.
for some hedgehogs too.
Banshee, I'm level
I'll have that in the
104.
afternoon.
I'm not obsessed at all, Banshee, I'm not. But I'm level 104. Taller than odd. Banshee is so precious, oh my goodness. Alright, where's that Yamcha? Is the Yamcha not here? Oh my gosh, I called it. Yeah, you did. Oh, I went the wrong way. I'm not obsessed. I only like fishing an abnormal amount of fishing. Yeah, that's what it is. Yep, exactly. Ooh, any scrap here? If only it's not foggy, that would be nice. Oh, there it is. I wonder what Giuseppe said was true. Holding it grants tremendous luck? Maybe it's like +1 or something? Are you glorping? Oh, pour the mysterious juice on him. There it is! He seems to be waking up. Huh, you're kinda cute. Jeez. God, it's loud. I wonder where Globina is. I hope she's not hurt. Can I help? I'm really worried about my wife. I hope she's not hurt. Here's a picture of her. If you find her, please bring her back to me. Receive picture of Globina. Well. Well. It's a picture of Glorpingo's beautiful wife. Well. Okay. I guess I'm going back to Giuseppe's place. Oh, that's a big fish again. I should drink. Give me a second. Decided to drink soft drinks because I don't know why. Beep. Yay. Pet the odd. That was a big throw. I wanna hug the odd. Wait.
I'm back, bitches!
Aha, my favorite customer. Dr. Giuseppe. What's under that term? Don't fuck with a Giuseppe. What?
Well, I guess then it's a matter of figuring out what to do next.
I mean, if it's not just confronting Giuseppe. It's super rare green diamond juice that cures grombolitis? Grombolitis? What?
So, Tyler, I do need to depart from this hangout here, but I had a blast today.
It's nice of you to join with me.
It was really good to roll with you. Good to have you on board. I'll give you more hat pats before I go.
Heck yeah, I won.
Say hello to your friends in chat for me. And before I go, maybe I'll eat this fish one more time.
Pet the dragoness before she goes. I have no hands. Big shark.
Watch this. I'm gonna eat it again. Yeet.
even with the spin.
Even gave it a spin too. Alright, I'll drop you off on Coconut Bay and then I'll depart.
Okay, thank you.
Also, I like the fact that it's looking at your bottom feet there like you're clean for deer looking from the face.
Yeah, I mean, it's fast.
That's gotta be what a puppy feels like in a convertible. Alright, well, I'll say goodbye to you. I'll say goodbye to chat.
Okay,
Bye-bye now. Take care, everybody.
take care, Coffee. Bye bye. Now to figure out what to do with Glorpina. Glorpina's usual, I see. Oh, that reminds me of like YouTube poop. Like my favorite one's the one with the rock. Can you smell what the rock? Can you smell? I'm gonna play the quest off. I must make food. Have fun making food, Coffee. It's nice fishing with dragon. Promotion? What for? Wait, is that from Eggman as well? Shit, I don't remember. I need to watch more YouTube poop. YouTube poop is so good. It's like god tier content. Really. I love YouTube poop. So, Glorpina, huh? I have a picture of Glorpina, but I cannot really show it to Giuseppe. Like, hey, that's someone else's wife, bitch. I cannot just tell him that. Sorry. Well, I guess before we do anything, let's gamba. Why not? Alright. Check out my little ye. I'm gonna ride my little ye. I need to become big again so that I can drive. Unfortunate. 130 cm. I'm so big. Let's go gamba. I guess after today's fishing stream, that would be the end of fishing stream for a good while before new content comes in. So I guess tomorrow we'll go back to our regular schedule of Halo ODST and everything else I was supposed to do. And then just like fishing constantly, right? We'll see. Definitely gonna start with Halo ODST first, 100%. I'll still think about like the Pokemon Monster Hunter Emerald. I still want to play that one, so I'll keep that in mind. Like I still haven't got my Malzeno and Narga. Alright, it's time to gamba. Give me potion. That sucked. Potion? Hmm. 1K? Hmm. Hmm. It's a scam. This is CS:GO. This is Counter-Strike. This is Counter-Strike scam. Like, look at this. The start of the roll is so good, and towards the end it's just nothing good. Look at this. It's a scam. I've been scammed. Oh my god, I've been scammed by this guy. Oh my god, I cannot get potion. I want potion. Oh, I'll take it. That's not bad. Uh-oh. Maybe not XP. Oh wait, XP is not bad, I guess. That's a reroll. That's pretty good. Oh, finally potion! Oh. Oh my god, in between two mossy relics. Oh. Oh. Yeah. After 3 potions is wild. Reroll? This game is a scam. Fermi, hi. Hi, Dragon. In between 2 potions, I cannot believe it. Time to watch the cozy stream. No. Well, that's all the gamma. I did get some potion. Well, some. I mean, boosting attraction rate right now, it's like absolutely useless. I just realized it's so useless. Wait, what? Because my rod is already instant. Like, the moment this touches water, it's just gonna fish. Yeah. So, boosting attraction rate is actually like mega useless. I didn't even think about that. Oh. Ooh, 1 armor brutefish. I need to improve my attraction rate. Hey, Ash. For kobo, I think Ash has really good attraction rate. Yeah, this 1 armored brutefish. 6k, that's crazy. Money. I think I had to coffee? KV? That way for a kobold? KV? Kavi? I'm not too sure what that word means. still need to figure out what to do with. How would I help her? I mean, I can't really interact more. Caveat? Caveat? Oh my god, there's ot. The word has punchy. Oh my god. Caveat? It's like saying you put conditions on something. Caveat. Oh, wait, I have a feeling. Is that caveat? It might actually be caveat. Yeah? I'm so clever, it's insane. Holy shit. I still need to figure out what the demon tower is. Alright, as said, I'm back. Giuseppe? It's me, the great Giuseppe. Tocca to Giuseppe. Tocca. None of your fucking business. Why are you so... Tu madre, you what? I don't know what that means. Don't fuck with the Giuseppe. What's tu madre? Tu mother? 不要以为你会用这个语言骂我，我讲鸡那嘎超薄落，一打麻将过去，你听不懂的一下。Tu madre. Tu madre, literally your mother. Your mother? Your mom? Oh. Usually neat as what you just said, but about your mom. So I asked, what's under that tarp? And oh, it says your mom. Oh. So if you called him something, he called you your mom then. Oh, that's the rebuttal for that. Oh, okay. What's under that top? Your mom. Actually makes sense now. So, what can I do with this? Unless I can somehow get inside here by mistake. Looks like a sleeping alien. Exactly. This is what we're trying to save for the quest. Typical Kobo trying to get into the cage. guess it's not like that. I'm not too sure what to do here. Maybe if I go back to Glorbingo, Glorbingo will tell me about something? There's not a bird outside. Yum cha. You wanna tell me about something? I miss my wife. Okay. Please find her for me. I did! Sometimes I dream about Goropina. I miss her. Bye. When you talk to the alien, did you notice the way they started running around? Well, they are walking around. And when they run, it's like a Naruto running. Is that a hint? Are you hiding something that I don't? Are you? Are you hiding? I mean, there's no way I have to drive a... Do I have to drive the UFO back to you? So that you can drive there? Unless there's like a new... There might be a new vehicle for sale, maybe? Or am I being looked at that way? It's Explodo, no way Glorb? Who? Do you know about Glorb? No way Glorb. I'm probably gonna go see if there's any new vehicle for sale. Who knows, maybe there's like a new things for sale that I need to drive a UFO and then bring Glorb to Goropina. Oh, crazy that there's no scrap here. I could have sworn there's gonna be at least one scrap here, but I guess not. B. Also, hope Explodo is doing good. Welcome. Ever seen a surfing dragon before? Now you do. What'd you say? I said I hope you're doing good. No way, I know. Can I? Oh, I cannot see. That's it. I cannot see. God damn it. Peanut batfish. Tiny Balakuda. The launch Pokemon music. Yeah, I've been listening to I've been listening to lo-fi quite a bit lately, and then I kind of want to listen to some jazz. And I haven't listened to Pokemon jazz in a while, so yeah. And usually I'm a kobold. It's just when I play VR chat, I kind of want to be a dragon. This avatar is too good. Well, more like a Dergbold. Dergbold. Music stopped again. Okay, it didn't. Whoa. How about this one? Big Sis Dragon? What? Ryuki, hello. It's been a while. Hope Ryuki is doing good. Alright, give me my day. You skipped that one song that you knew would bring everyone to tears. Yeah, and I don't really like that music as well. There's nothing that's sad right now, so there's no need to play that music. Unless I missed my ping, then I will play that music. What am I trying to do again? Wait, oh yeah, Demon Tower, right. So, but doing okay? Oh. Hope you and everyone are well. I'm doing pretty okay. I've been really obsessed with this fishing world for the past few days. And in just 5 days I became level 104, so I guess that's pretty obsessive? I'm obsessed. I cannot hide it anymore. Like even when I was working for the past 2 days, I've been thinking about fishing a lot, non-stop, kind of. I can tell I've been seeing it online in this world a lot. Yeah. I've been called out even when I'm not streaming. I'm just sort of fishing. I didn't even jump that high. Did you fish a lot as well, Ryuki, or did you not fish? I have to grind back since my beta test data is reset. Oh my god, beta test? I don't even know such a thing exists. I only know about it when Celeste brought me here. And I was like, oh my god, this is like what I want for the longest time. I just want to fish. This is the lowest one, how? I forgot the instant. I got a cock. Just finished daily bounty. Nice, good job. Maybe I need a bigger boat? I mean, the next big thing would be a luxury speedboat that would cost $1 million money. Unless there's like a boat that's bigger but slower? Not that I can think of. Hi, yo boy. And the Celeste butt. I sure hope Celeste is doing okay. I nearly got that luxury one before the reset. Oh. Well, now you can get the luxury boat for sure. I don't think it's gonna reset. Hopefully. You guys had a power cut? Yeah, I heard. It doesn't look like the power is back for her. It won't reset. It only did for people who played before 1.0. I only heard about this world, well, 5 days ago because I've been playing this for 5 days. The only game you need, honestly? Yeah, it doesn't help that I already like completed the index. Like, it's 100% now, and this one's not out yet. True. I wanna fish more. I don't even know how much this costs. I kinda want to buy this. Because, well, I mean, this world brought me a shit ton of joy, and I assume buying this means I'm supporting the development of fish. But I don't know how much it costs. I clicked it. Customize the color of your trail. Enjoy double luck with this powerful potion. Oh, you give 5 luck potions. Oh, name on supported board. You have helped this share this world. Support the title. Ooh. How much this cost? What if I press purchase? I'm scared. Oh, you don't have. Oh, credits. Huh? 50 20? I mean, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, 20, 24, 23. But still. Oh. I would buy this actually. Not now though. Maybe after stream. Because I don't know what's the procedure is going to be when I want to buy the credits. So, no Demon Tower. And I don't know how to get Glorbina. That's a bit of a problem. Oh, you got the peanut. I can help you get Glorbina if you want. I just did that quest a couple days ago. Ooh. I mean, I'm at the point where I got the image or the photo of Glorbina. Any hint on where I should go? Oh yeah, how about this? Where should I go to free Glorbina? Let's not outright ask for answers for now. I'll ask for hints on where to go. And then I can start messing around over there. Island name would be very preferable, yeah. I actually haven't been to a lighthouse for a bit. Let's go there. Crescent? Oh my god, I would never thought about that. So, Glorb is in the Luxian Dunes, the desert area. Glorbina is at some random caltrop area, and I have to go to Crescentia for that. I'll mess around there and look around. Thank you. Smooth landing. Still gonna get in. Okay, fine. Let's go to Crescent Isle. Another happy landing. The smooth said, Oh. I mean, sure. I I think. Yeah, there we go. Heck yeah. Alright. Maybe it's time to look around. Celeste, oh my god, Dragon! I hope everything is fine on your end. Welcome. If I were to join you, would you be down? I mean, I'm totally okay. I'm okay with Celeste joining. There are other people here though, if you don't mind, that is. But I think if you want, I would just make a private instance just for Dragon. Only if you want, of course. And then be with people that you know. And I might join you with your friends as well? Then, yeah, sure. Heck yeah. That would be nice. That would be really nice. I'm curious to see the fish. Yeah. I mean, I guess we're all here to fish. Even though maybe I should talk to people. I'm kinda want to, like, do the side quests and stuff. I'm meant to be working from home. If I wasn't, I would join kobo. Oh. Well, more kobo friend would be nice. But hey, if you're working, then I won't. What? Explain the Golorbina situation? A real mission? No way. And it's a beautiful babe that's in danger? I always swore I would use my powers for good. Today's that day. I'll save this girl and free her from her torment. You just stay here. I'm gonna be done in no time. 49 Jutsu Vanishing Flower. Hiya! Dude. One random person is the one that I got it right. I am so lucky today. Holy shit. I mean, I accidentally found the key on top of the tanglewood tree, which I would never be able to find it like normally. Getting on to join, of course. I can send you an invite if you don't mind. Yeah, the key. Oh shit, I might have spoiled for a lot of people, I'm sorry. So let me go check on Glorb. Is it done? I should talk to Giuseppe, right? So that he won't say tu madre anymore. Which I have to go to Google and search for what does tu madre means. Where's the weird cow trap? So there it is. Going to the weird cow trap. Tu madre. I thought I told you. Yeah, Zeus told me as well. But I was searching for it while Zeus told me this almost at the same time. Is that two pulled together? What? I guess I can fish here for a bit. It's a strange whirlpool. Well, I've been told that strange whirlpool is the best one, so why not? Hmm. Bar luck. Really love the instant fish. It's a crazy enchantment. Oh, huge sunfish. Pink. Ooh, this one feels aggressive. You're just a three-headed salmon. Yeah. Well, at least we got the pink. I love pink. Ooh, oh my god, I'm so lucky. Got the cursed dragon. Celeste is on. I hope she doesn't mind if I try to invite her. Bunchy is here too. Wonder if Bunchy wanna join. Bunchy, you wanna join? Just asking, it's entirely up to you. Let's send invite. I hope she's okay with me doing this. And a message. Oh yeah, you can edit. I'll just like there. Colin, whatever bracket that is, close weird bracket. Close weird bracket. Is that close or is that open? That's close, right? Yeah, that's close. I'll only invite Bunchy if Bunchy wants to join. Mediraid, hi, welcome. Hope you're doing good. Ooh, got a huge cock. Instant cast, it's so good. I mean, with this, I feel like earning money is like, ooh, earning money shouldn't be this hard anymore. And there's this 750k Rod of the Pharaoh. I kind of want to get that. Oh, Cursed Giant's Coin? Nice. If you complete the Tanglewood, I completed the entire area. The entire game, I think. Cursed Bog. I'm just waiting for like. I'm just waiting for new fishes now. It says I have everything on the list, but I'm 90% I'm confused. Hmm? Well, it works fine for me. I have 100% on everything. So. Wait. Getting a bunch of cursed fish. Wondering if I have a bug, but yeah, you have all of those. Nope, it's a bug then, definitely, if you have all of those. I'm not too sure what I can or what you can do there, to be honest. That's unfortunate though. It's Sandy, huge dragon. More dragon. Huge monarch. Oh, gay dragon. Heck yeah. Is there room for Bungie to join as well? Oh my god, of course there is. Here, I'm gonna invite you and you can join whenever you feel like it. In there. Celeste might be using VR headset actually. Hey! No pressure, you can join whenever you want. No more strange whirlpool. Alright, Giuseppe. Are you still gonna go with the Tu Madre or something like that? Oh! Whoa! Oh, there it is. Hey. It's me, the great Giuseppe. Tocca to Giuseppe. What's under the tarp? No, no, you vegan business? None of your fucking business? Rude. Ah, my favorite customer. Make it quick, Giuseppe busy with many customers. There's something going on. Oh, so let's join. Okay. Green juice, super rare green diamond juice that cures grombolitis. I still don't know what that is, but this is funny though. Oh my god, ninjutsu! We know what happened, so let's go find... Glurp. Actually, I should go find dragon first. What should I say? I'm not gonna say it. For now, for now. That's dragon, I think. Oh yeah, I am on Japanese server, so I don't know how bad that's gonna be. Rejoining fixed it. I just checked the Discord for the fix. Okay, good to know. I see dragon. I'm gonna drive my boat head first into dragon. It's gonna be so cool. Oh my god. Whee. That's fine. They know I'm here. Oh, maybe they do, I don't know. Wait, I thought I saw dragon for a bit. That's my fault. I missed her. How did I do that? I'm supposed to hide. I think that's Fermi? No wait, no, that's Punchy.
Here I am.
Punchy. Hello.
Hi, Tira.
Hey.
Pet and pet and pet and pet and pet and pet.
Oh my god, free.
How are you, dude?
Very nice. Very obsessed with fish.
I notice. I really like it though. I'm almost. It's funny. It took me a few days to get to level 70, and I'm still only at level 86. So I'm feeling a little slow now, but I haven't done it for a few days now. So
No, don't feel that way. You're not slow. I'm just. I'm just crazy.
just having a
is all.
good time. You're having a great time.
Yeah.
We love to see it.
I love to fish. It's great.
It is it's a relaxing place to be as well. Might as well just cast yourself a line.
And fish.
I am very impressed with the fishing rod that you've gotten. I have no idea where to find that.
Oh.
Sally!
Oh my
Hello.
god, second.
Hi. I might be too big right now. Wait, let me check my size. No, I'm the right size.
Yeah, you're the right size. I'm
You're
just
so small. I can give you like little head pats.
I won.
I'll give you a little head pat. Pat.
Oh wait, I'm curious about something.
Yeah, what's up?
I was playing around with Avatar, and what's my recent?
Into glass.
There we go.
Only for a little
wondering
bit. Someone raided.
if I put this on.
Pause.
How does my size compare
Welcome
to
in,
this
Kobo
right now?
Gold. And what a name. I'm not gonna read that.
I thought I was large. You guys just.
How was Mugenics? Thank you, Evie.
These are-
Have you seen the Sandman? No, not really. Alfredo, hey. Welcome. Hope you're doing good. I'm Tira. Usually I'm a Kobo, but in VR chat, I guess I'm a Dergbold. Right.
I'm looking for Scar.
I'm.
Silver got rated.
Oh, nice.
I play a
I'm
bunch of
gonna go
games. I
explore,
love
but I'll
fighting
meet up with you
games.
guys after
I
I
love
get my
dragons to
scrap in.
bits. I love dragon bits, and I do art sometimes. You're welcome. Oh, it's an empty account. I mean, if it's an empty account, then... okay. Okay, there we go. Hi again, Coffee. Alright, I'm gonna get back to fishing now. Hope stream was good though, Kobo. Thanks again for the raid. Draken.
Hi. Hi, Bean.
Draken.
Sweetie, I'm happy to be here for a bit.
Whoa.
Oh, I'm making you blush because both the Dover Guardians are close to each other.
Oh wait, that happens.
Are you fluttering your ears at me?
I think.
You're both fluttering.
Oh yeah.
I did that on purpose. So when you get close, you blush, and then yeah, it does this little thing.
On my end, looks like I'm I'm blinking light speed.
It's not supposed to be like that. I think there's some issue, but I'm gonna go look for some scrap and go on different islands. So if you want to go do your own thing, that's fine. I'm just gonna go do that, and I'll meet up with you later. Okay?
But I wanna follow. Can I do that?
You wanna follow? You can follow.
Hmm.
Sure. Come with me.
I too wish to follow.
Oh wait, I thought I spawned this. Did I not spawn it? Spawn. Here we go. Okay. Come join us.
Whoa,
You got the same boat that I did.
Yes.
the boat.
Is it? It's about pick a seat. I don't want you to fall off. You both are small. I don't want you to go missing. Okay.
I probably won't.
Welcome to the cruise line, Celeste Cruise Line. Here we go. Boom. Up, 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 up.
I won't get lost. I'm just under the dashboard.
Eugenic was so fun. Plus, I played that lock. If also pretty monster is the one I currently lock. Well, I'm glad you had fun. Costume is splashing. Don't call me out like that. Yeah, I did.
I think I got ready. Nice. Oh, is my ass in your face? I didn't mean that.
It's okay.
I hope not. Sorry. I don't know what to do about that.
Hey, don't worry about it. It's fine. I may or may not be enjoying this. It's okay. I cannot.
No comment.
I cannot confirm.
You should see what the speedboat's like.
The speedboat.
I've never been on the speedboat yet. Okay. Scarp. Hop on.
I rode on Calfee's one.
Scrap? No scrap.
That's what I meant. I saw what it looked like earlier.
I'm just gonna run around. You don't have to follow me if you don't want to. Oh, wappa.
Hey, I'll try to follow when I can.
The music here is so loud when you first get here. It's like, no. I'm like, oh my god.
Uh-oh.
Right up in your face.
Uh-oh. Wait. Holy shit, there's
No
low
scrap
tier
there.
guard? I never realized they put low tier god in here. Oh. Uh-oh, I'm a lost dragon. never really thought about doing scrap hunts like these. I just kind of be like, if I do stumble upon them, then that's nice. But if I don't, then I guess that's fine as well. Lots of memes sitting around. Oh. I mean, I used to watch low tier god just crash out all the time. It's kind of funny, but it gets depressing after a while. Scrap.
Found one on the cannon tower.
Is there one on the cannon tower?
There was for me.
Oh.
I think it might spawn in differently depending on the client side.
Sounds like it.
I think it's random and it spawns in for like uniquely for each user. But they can occur in the same spot, so
Chances are high, I guess.
never actually seen any scrap over here on this side, but whoa. It's worth looking. Decking.
No scraps around here, I think. I can get the gem again? Oh. Pounds on
Where'd it go?
dragon.
Oh, there you are. Hi. I was like, where did they go?
I'm here too.
We're
Hi,
both
beams.
here. Oh.
Okay, I got my scrap. I'm gonna move to different island. You can come if you want.
I won, but I'm below.
Oh, you fell down? Yes, I gotta come down with you. I can come down with you. That's over here. Okay.
Dragons are so nice.
Tiara, I have a feeling I can't get the boat off the dock here. Here, let's push it.
I might be
Push.
able to help.
I don't think it's gonna work. Let me respond.
Oh, I did it.
Okay.
I was still in it.
Oh, I see that.
I just
Alright,
saw.
Tiara. You wanna sit there? You sure?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Alright. Okay. Okay, if you want, wait, I can do this. There we go. Here we go. Yeah? We're going to Coconut Isle, but I don't know why you're laughing back there.
Just something funny about coconuts.
Yeah.
Apparently.
The coconuts and maybe butts. I don't know.
Whoa. That's
Oh.
a different island. I don't think we can spring that island. Okay. Okay. How? Uh-oh. Okay, I wasn't out of the boat yet. Now I'm out of the boat. Okay. Wait, there's a scrap over there. Wait, I gotta go.
Scrap. I'm not saying scrap.
The scrap. The scrap is mine.
Oh.
There did not be one spawn in for me.
The dragon noises.
I was going to stream today, but my internet or the power went out. The entire power in our place went out, so we couldn't.
Oh,
Yeah, it's too bad.
that's
Wow.
unfortunate.
Whoa,
Yeah.
hey, no scrap, but a gorgeous treasure just showed up right in front of me.
Whoa.
Which one? What was it?
Right, and it keeps moving.
Yeah,
Oh, who? What is it?
right
here.
there. Right there. Oh my god.
Oh my gosh.
We're trying to chase. We're trying to chase her down.
Where? Wait. Why are you chasing me?
We want the treasure.
Okay, there is a. Oh, where'd you go?
In the grass.
Oh, there you are. Hi. There's a secret spot for scrap if you didn't know. Let me show.
Oh.
Alright. Sometimes it's back over here. Sometimes it's right here.
Oh.
And it'll be there sometimes.
Did you ever find anything at the top of the hill, Sally? I guess either. Have you found anything like
Yeah,
right along
I
the very
did.
edge?
On
Yes.
the top of the hill? I'm not too sure.
I've seen stuff spawning there. That's why I asked.
You're cute, Tiara.
Oh.
I'm gonna nibble you. Heckin' noms.
Heck yeah.
I don't have your chat pulled up. Should I pull up your chat?
It depends on you if you want it or not.
I guess I. You know what? I can do it. 1 second. I have an idea. I have an idea.
I'm okay with either, honestly.
I haven't yet, but I usually pop out chat to put on side, like off on another window.
Oh.
I will do that now, since I'm reminded to.
Let me see. There you go. This will work. Because now I'll be able to see it. 1 sec. Okay. Go here, here. The chat. I can see it now. There we go. Boom, boom. Okay, I can now see chat. What are people saying in chat?
Not much
We got
is
the
happening.
raid. Yeah.
My chat usually is pretty
Okay.
quiet. Which I'm totally okay with.
It's
I'm gonna go to
cozy.
the desert now.
Mhm.
Oh, wait, why am I trying to go in there?
I wanna get in there.
'Cause it's funny.
I have the best seat.
You have the best seat. This is true.
Mhm. It is really good for
Okay.
sightseeing.
For sightseeing? 1 second, I think I gotta fix my tracking. My body is not proportionally right.
Uh-oh.
There you go. That's better. Now I'll be perfect here. Okay. Where's my chair? Okay, it's over there. Cool. Cool. Okay, here we go. Desert. And then when we get here, then I can just start fishing. Then I'll be fishing time.
Fishing good. See? Sightseeing, it's nice.
Every route is a scenic route, and that's it. Says for me.
Right? No matter where I see some nice scene. Not.
check if there's any scrap over here. I don't see any. Alright, my jump's off here.
Hmm.
Come on.
I follow the dragon.
I am Mama Derg. People have said I'm the Mama Derg.
Mama Dirk?
Apparently.
I like Mama Dirk.
Okay. There's a scrap over here I need to grab. You don't have to follow me. It's okay. You do whatever you want to do. You're the streamer.
I'm doing what I want to do by chasing down the treasure.
I'm gonna give you smooch.
One.
Dark smooch, come here.
One.
Okay.
Oh.
Wait, moon rain. Wait, give me yours. Wait, fish. It's fish time. Fish time.
Oh. Yeah, we should probably fish for moon rain.
Moon rain. Here we go.
It's fishing time. Yeah.
Wasn't enough to jump. Oh, wait. Ooh, perfect. I'm hit right next to yours. What if we touched Bobberts in the fishing?
Hmm? I forgot my frog. There.
I believe, Chiller, your stream is a very family-friendly stream, right?
No,
Oh, was it not? I wasn't
No.
sure. I forgot.
it's
I don't
okay.
watch your stream like all the time.
It's all
Okay, I
good.
just wanted to make sure.
Mhm.
I just want to make sure I don't make jokes that would not be cool.
It's
I'm
okay.
fine.
I mean, I guess I pretty much say like I swear all the time. I talk about kinky stuff most of the time.
Not
Okay,
to
cool.
mention- Not to mention, you introduce your stream by saying, "I love dragons to bits."
I like dragon bits.
bits."
I like dragon bits.
I love dragon
That is true.
bits.
That is kind of true. I didn't think about that. This is fair.
And by
You know
I
what?
love
That's so fair.
dragon bits.
I mean, I
Don't
can
we
tell by
all?
the seat you were in. What?
Yeah.
Whoa, look at this. Look at this. Oh,
Dragon.
this is huge. You know why this one's so good? This is a red. It's a huge one, and it's static. And static is a ×5 bonus.
Oh,
Ooh, that fish is gonna be worth like 20,000.
big money.
Family friendlies? Yeah, I know. Says Speedy.
Yeah. No.
Uppa.
I want the dragon fish.
See, when I'm in my stream, we joke about horny things. That's what we do.
And that,
Ooh,
that's fine.
radioactive. Wow. This is good though. I didn't get the stream tonight, so I guess being in yours for a little bit is nice.
Oh, I'm glad to be able to help a little bit.
Oh wow.
I got the R2.
You got two? Nice.
It's not static. It is very nice.
Yeah, static
Like-
is the important part. ×5. Something something, 2 tasty Dergs and an otter. Actually, 1 tasty kobold and 1 tasty otter.
Yeah, I'm a Dergbold.
See, my normal color is purple. You need to be worried if I turn red. That's when you should be worried.
I like it. Oh,
Oh,
huh?
wow.
I know though. I do be licking Selly a lot.
Ooh, holographic. Holographic's also ×5. Don't ask why I have this in my head. I looked it up and I memorized it.
Dragon's so
Yeah.
clever. Big brain.
I mean, listen, if I'm gonna have a horde of things, I want my horde to, like, I want to know what I have in my horde and how much my stuff is worth, you know?
Oh,
Might as well know the details. I don't even know where you get this information, so I'm in the dark on what the multipliers are.
yeah. I just kind of fish.
You know, I have a toggle that can put you in the dark.
Ooh.
I can spawn darkness around me. It's really cool.
Oh, I know that one.
Yeah. Yeah, did I show you that?
I think so, for a little bit.
Speedy says the red coloring is cute. That's adorable, you think that.
You could also just like.
It might be
lay
cute on some people. On me, it's definitely not cute.
I like it though.
I'm an activist kobold to catalog my horde. I mean, the more kobolds in my horde, the more snacks I'll take. Sorry, what? Friends,
Friends.
helpers. Yeah,
Friends, good.
friend, very good. I also have to make sure not to hijack the stream and just focus on chat a lot, because I know it's your chat.
No, it's totally fine. Don't worry about it.
Oh, I'm glad. I'm happy to be in your stream for a bit.
Yeah.
I say for a bit, but I don't have anywhere else to go, so I guess I'll be here till I don't wanna. So.
Sure. Stay as long as you like.
I will.
Hi. Oh my goodness.
Oh my god, that's a big fish. Wait,
Ooh.
what kind is that? Is it a red?
Shellendon. It was a pink.
Yeah,
like
it's a
one of
pink.
the pinkish.
I haven't
Nice.
caught any of the pinks here. Oh, I'm jealous.
Shellendon. I always
Aw,
have trouble
man.
with the pinks, so I deserve that one. Hang on, let me.
I've never
Speaking
got a
of-
pink in the desert. Did you get a pink?
I did get a pink.
Oh my gosh! Oh, you
That's what-
suck.
That's what I caught.
Alright,
over there.
well, this rain's over. My life is over. I'm gonna go get scrubbed.
No.
You got the static. You got the static wahoo or whatever it was.
Oh,
The
I did get a
humpbacker.
static fish. You're right. You guys suck. I'm kidding.
Can.
Okay. Yeah, you can. It's true.
Glitched? Yeah, I got lucky with
Wait,
that.
is that? No, it's not scrap. Okay.
I'm following treasure.
You can follow me. Okay, no scrap there.
There's one location that scrap tends to be.
Oh, is there like a fixed location for some scrap?
A lot of them do like spawn in specific spots,
Oh,
just randomized every day.
oh, okay.
There are set locations that the scraps will spawn in. This is one of them, but
Scrap.
as you had one. Oh,
I have one.
I did not have one. So it's like randomized per player.
Looks like it's
spawns in
client side.
uniquely for you. Yeah.
Dragon big.
I tried to get up here. I can't Skyrim my way up this one. There we go.
Yeah. No Skyrim allowed.
No.
Effort for a fishing world. A lot of effort has been put into this one. Yeah.
It is very impressive how much heart and charm has been put into this world.
Okay. I have heard that there's something behind a waterfall here, but I've never tried, so I'm gonna try.
There. Yeah.
Yeah, let's try.
I'll take that one.
You know, an area
Oh, no, no, no.
where
Yeah.
well, it just counts as both fresh and saltwater.
Oh, cool. Let's fish here for a bit.
It's like the fountain at the Crescent Isle.
I see. I see. I see.
I see. I see. I see. Honored. Yes, I'm so cold. Very cold. Need
Appa.
Dirk and Snuggle.
I will give you my snuggles. I also have to talk. I have to respond to someone in DMs. Whenever I'm in VR, I always forget that. Oh yeah, I was DMing someone. I need to respond. So I should probably do that in a minute.
Isn't it hard to access DMs when you're in the VR headset?
So so in my controller, the left controller, if I click the home button, I'm using Steam Link. And what happens is when I pull up my button on the left, it shows like VR, it shows like my desktops. So I have it hooked up to my desktop with PC VR. But you're not using a headset, are you?
I'm not. I'm on desktop.
Yeah, it's different. So for me, I can have my chat floating in the world. Right now my chat is floating to the left of me. And then I have my Discord I could also pull up. It's really nice.
That sounds really cool.
Yeah, so I don't have to like tab out to look at chat. I just constantly can see it beside me.
Wow.
It's kind of like
This
having
much?
the Steam or the Discord overlay that pops up when you have a game open, I guess, but with VR.
Why am I
It's, like,
getting a lot of
integrated.
trash here? I'm just getting seaweed. All I see is seaweed.
Maybe because I'm hungry.
Do you like seaweed? Is seaweed yummy?
It has good crunch, I think.
Nice. A good crunch and good flavor.
Yeah.
You get a certain kind. It makes.
It's gonna make a
good
comment I
soup.
shouldn't make. Da 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 da. Let's see, putting this down for a sec.
Shiny.
Okay, excuse me, I'm gonna respond to a DM. Give me a minute. Okay. Damn times. No what? Alright.
Take your time.
I can stay cozy over here.
Yeah.
Goonch catfish.
Good.
Goonch.
Actually,
Very strange.
I never seen your raw before. I never seen that raw.
Never seen.
Hmm.
Oh, you haven't? I know why. I think I know why.
Oh. And
Have you actually? You didn't go back to the crater after you talked to the ninja fella, did you?
I didn't.
You might. Let's do that.
Oh.
Once, maybe once Selly.
I'll be back
Is
in
back.
a second. We can do it together, yeah.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Oh, I got hiccups. No, it's not cute. Don't say it.
Oh.
Alright.
You and me are one and the same with the way we have to like turn to the side and
and to
flick it
cast.
to be able to cast.
Yeah.
I never did get the spinny trick down though. It doesn't work too much for me.
Oh. I don't know
Can't
why.
get the rhythm just right.
I just kind of decided to like, hey, I want spin, and I've been doing
Yeah.
that, and it works.
I always let it go at the wrong time, and then I wind up getting not as good of a cast as if I can throw my bobber way back and then point in a direction, and if I time it just right, I can fling it.
Oh.
I can fling it really, really far that way.
I can't just fling it down. Wait, that's speedrun strat though.
Could cast. I bet I could cast it all the way down to the cave entrance from here.
Ooh.
I'll try that after
I could use the up down strat. Oh, that's gonna be so fast.
Oh, did I do it? Nope, didn't work. Back that way, and then...
Alright. Has done it.
Dragon is cool.
I'm back. I'm gonna take my rod. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to move into you, but you might not mind. What?
It's okay. Don't worry about it.
I could...
Okay. You are super small compared to me.
Yeah, I like
It's
being
really
small.
I know you do. Ooh.
Ooh,
Ooh, yeah.
it's a nice
Melon.
one.
The war pike.
You're a nice one.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. Gonna heckin' nibble you.
Oh my god. Hey.
I am currently heckin' nibbling someone in DMs. Nibble, 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 nibble. Nibble, 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 nibble. Oh, wow, wow, wow.
Nibbling at DMs? Wow.
Yes. Nibbles are good.
Do that?
Oh, you can
What,
do that?
nibble? You can nibble? Yeah, you can nibble. It's with the DLC.
Oh my god, that's revolutionary. Oh my god.
The DM DLC.
DM? What do you mean?
The DM DLC. The DLC for the DMs.
You're not allowed to nibble without the
You're banned.
DLC.
No, it's not my stream. I can't do it. I'm joking, I'm joking.
Oh, do it. No, I don't want to do it.
No, don't do it, no!
I don't want to do it, no.
See, I told you we'd find a time, though, to stream together, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm doing it now.
Wait, didn't you guys want to go explore the other thing? Here, let me catch one more fish. Then let's go do the thing.
I think it's just nearby here.
That's
Yeah, we can
right,
go check it
right
out.
up the hill.
I want to look at the...
If you guys want to go check it out now, you guys can just go check it out, and I'll keep fishing here and wait for you to come back.
That works too.
I'll be here.
I'll go look at the alien real quick.
Go have fun. I'll be here.
Thank you.
With you.
Mhm.
Be right back.
Bye.
Oh wait, I'm crawling. Whoa. I don't remember. The Yamcha death pose, I think it's here. Okay, maybe not. I already forgot where the Yamcha death pose is. I might have went the wrong way.
Let's go this way.
But also the strap over here.
Oh. Hmm. I don't remember where the alien is. Wait, I think it's here, right? No one tells Celeste, but she's so cute. Haha. She doesn't know that I said that. It's okay. Gosh, she's adorable though. Here it is. Glorp, Glorp. Thank you so much for getting this ninja man to save my wife. Glad to help. You are truly our hero. You are welcome here anytime. This crater shall now be our new home. Oh. Cool. Hi. You're the one that found me. I can't thank you enough. You sipping. I was really weird. No worries. As a thank you, please have the fishing rod. I heard people around here love to fish. It's a super high quality Zomblorgian item, but I owe you my life, so you can have it. Alien rod? Oh, if you're adorable. Oh, that's the rod.
This immediately reminded me, oh wait, you were right in the middle of we showed up.
Yeah, I have the rod now.
It probably isn't any better than the one that you were using before, though. It does look neat, though.
It's okay. I want to collect as much rods as possible. I got lucky with this one.
I'm curious to know where yours came from. I see like Elder Scrolls writing on it.
Yeah, if you want to know, I can tell you where I got this one from.
I want to see if I can find it on my own.
I
might not be too much further from getting it.
Yeah, I believe in Bungie.
If you got it by level 100, I'm almost there.
I missed it.
Pet. But yeah, I think that's all they have. Unless you wanted to check all this.
Believe it, Itato. How strong are you really? I can also move faster than the speed of sound and walk on water. Wow. What's with your eyes? These were earned by defeating the 11 spirit beasts of the sea back in my country. They give me special powers, and to top it off, they look really cool. I moved to this archipelago because I have heard that the secret techniques grow was lost around here a long time ago. Oh. My chakra level is over 9,000. Wrong anime. Thanks for saving Filipina. That's just how awesome I am. Being the strongest ninja in the galaxy is no small achievement. Hey, you're cool. We should go back to the waterfall cave.
Here's the funny part. It was straight up the hill from where the cave was.
Oh my god, I'm stupid.
I was right behind you, like, wait, back this way.
I didn't hear it.
I was too far away.
It's okay. It's a little bit of a sightseeing, it's fine.
Yeah, we took the scenic route. But no dragon.
Yeah. Whoa. Very shiny.
Hello. Welcome back.
Hmm.
Hey, Bean. Yes, Bean?
Dragon.
Mama Sally's here. Bye.
What? Ow. The sun is shining directly in my face. I'll be right back.
Oh,
Okay.
boy. We love it when that happens.
Bunchy, do you think I look pretty?
I always think you look pretty.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Because you are very pretty.
I'm back.
Welcome back, Kobo.
Welcome back. Oh, goonch catfish.
Golden.
Goonch.
Nice.
Shiny.
Oh my gosh.
Good girl.
Evie says good girl.
Good girl.
He just
To who?
he just text to speech and he's
Everyone,
like everyone.
everyone ear perks.
Everyone ear perks.
Everyone ear perks and then I'm just already a blushing mess.
I can make you a blushy mess. Now you have no escape from me. Now I'm here with you.
It's okay, I want to be here. It's nice.
A pink one.
Oh
Oh,
my-
no. Oh, I'm not. There's no way I'm coming back from that.
I believe in Bunchy.
Taylor believes in me. That means
I believe in you.
I can do this. Sally believes in me. I can definitely do this.
Oh, I can definitely do it. Oh, I can get it. Oh,
I got this. Oh, I really did.
Ooh.
you
I
did
finally-
it!
It's the
Whoa,
first time
what
I've
is
seen one
that?
of these.
Oh my god, eat
Whoa,
banana.
that's cool looking. Why am I not got any of the pinks here? This game sucks.
Argy caught like 4 of these right in front of me, and this is the first time I've seen one.
I'm calling my manager. How much does it weigh?
I don't see it in my bag right now. What the heck?
You might have to pocket it first, I think.
Oh, that makes sense.
Hey. And Kobo
It's
will.
not in my bag because I didn't put it there. It's the Royal Banana Fish, and this one is 7.1 kilos.
Ooh, banana.
It only weighs 7? Oh.
It's small.
Eat banana.
Why have
Just
I
like
not got
me.
it?
I'm not sure.
Never seen a pink here.
Maybe rod stats.
My
What's a
rod was at
rod?
300 luck. I never caught it. I don't get it.
300 luck. Oh my god, I'm only at 220 final
100.
stats.
Mine's like 160 luck.
Maybe Dragon is way too lucky, and then it overflowed the luck.
Oh yeah, like an unsigned integer kind of thing. It just wrapped around
Oh,
back
no.
to 0 when it hit.
What rod do you have, Kira?
I have a rune steel rod.
Is that from the Curse Trader?
Yeah,
Is it good?
it's mega good.
The moment she puts her line in the water, she gets a bite.
I have
Who? Me?
Tilra
Why do
with
you?
the rune steel.
I have an instant attraction rate on this.
That's really nice. So I used to be able to pull up my Discord while I was waiting for something to catch. Now I'm just like, I get them and I'm like, damn, I have no time to chat people.
Yeah.
For me, it's the second that I move windows. I hear the
Oh yeah, I got the
0.0 kilograms.
instant attraction rate because of the enchantment that I got for this rod.
Oh, that's why that is. Okay.
Mm-mm.
I thought that was all in the rod.
I'm definitely not obsessed with this fishing game. Nope. Nope.
You're having a great time. And that's
Honestly,
what matters.
Yeah, I am. Hi, Roxas. Will you get VR? Chances are low that I'm gonna get a headset. But I want to in the future. Maybe you get addicted. I already am. Well,
Yeah, what's this maybe? It will.
yeah, I'm already here for 5 days straight non-stop. I got to 108 in 5 days.
What level are you right now?
108.
You're at level 100!
She broke 100 in only a couple of days.
What? You joined me when I was at like level 60, and you're at 100. I'm at level 80. You climbed that fast? Where? Who made this? Where? Why? Alright.
Hey, this kobold.
I can't believe that. That's crazy. You are cute. I'm going to eat you now. Alright. Anyways.
I'm not obsessed.
Roxas said they're suffering in Slay the Spire 2. I've been playing Slay the Spire 2 so much, Roxas.
I saw.
What character are you playing?
Gotta play more of that.
See, I've been playing the Watcher in Slay the Spire 2. See, you didn't know. But Watcher in Slay the Spire 2.
Sees a lot of stuff.
See,
'cause they're
see the
watching.
joke here is the Watcher isn't in Slay the Spire 2. That's the joke.
Oh, I didn't know.
You're learning Necrobinder? Nice. I've only played Necrobinder like twice, I think, so far. I've been focusing on the regen. Regen's been fun.
See, the Watcher in Slay the Spire 2 is not there because they're busy watching stuff.
That was bad.
That's the one I've been playing because I haven't actually been playing Slay the Spire 2.
I was playing Slay the Spire 1. I'm playing as the Drifter. I'm gonna curse seaweed. It's so shiny.
Seaweed always looks so neat
Right?
whenever it's got wacky modifiers on it.
I'm locking that one. I love it. I even got a blessed broken umbrella,
Oh, beautiful.
right?
Nibbles are good.
My dumb brain hurt nipples.
Yeah, nibbles. Oh, wait. No, I meant nibbles. But, Kiora.
It-
Goodness.
Dragons don't have those.
Yeah,
Goodness, Tiora.
it's okay. I'll have my blessed
I'm
umbrella.
gonna bonk Tiora.
Oh,
Tiora, you get a bonk. Come here. Bonk, 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 bonk.
getting bonked. I'm gonna
See, I
cry.
never think of anything weird. Why are you so weird? I am the most Christianly girl you'll ever meet. I am so pure.
Celeste,
That's true.
dragon is so pure.
Imagine my name was Celeste Pure instead. Celeste Pure.
Celeste
That's definitely
pure.
not true. That definitely is not true. Alright, switching off the blue now. And turn that off there. Boom.
Celeste the
That's the Pure doesn't mean good. I can be good at what I do, and it doesn't have to be pure. Oh, what?
Oh. Could be pure evil.
Pure evil, true! True! True. In that case, I am pure.
Yeah.
Why not,
Pure
right?
sus as well.
I wanna take the pure sus. I feel like I'm the pure sus one.
Okay, I'm going to get this one fish and then go grab some last scrap, and I need to go get the bounty stuff. So
Oh,
I'm going to go do that. All right.
I'll follow dragon.
Oh, wow, I need to still spread out. I don't need to spread myself out right now. There you go. Cool. It's later.
We might need to do some open water fishing so that we can get the tuna.
Oh,
I haven't gotten the tuna yet.
the tuna.
You're both very adorable.
Just completed my index. Oh, nice, Fairy, nice.
I was like, are they gonna follow me? They did. Very cute.
I want to.
I'll be adorable for such a nice dragon.
Aw. I'm nice when I want to be. And I'm not always. And not in a rude way, but like, you know. Anyway.
Mm. I always find you nice, so.
Oh yeah, it's because you're my pet. I have to be nice to you.
Celeste dragon, very, very nice.
Okay. There's a scrap I need over here.
Is a scrap?
Okay.
Celestial chasm all open
Desire a
scene.
boat. Thank you for the boat.
Thanks for the boat.
I want the boat.
Taylor, get behind, on the seat, I mean.
I will.
Thank you. Okay. Gotta make sure. One second, let me redo track it really quick to make sure my body's in the correct spot. There we go, that's better. Okay. So, what I wanted to do
Mhm.
is this, and then there. We can go right there. Okay. We're gonna fish in the sea, so I'm gonna look for a good place to fish.
Thank you, Evie. I was about to do that.
Someone's reading someone's reading someone's message. Oh no, what did Uh-oh.
And that was sus anyway.
Oh. I see what it was.
Yeah.
Oh no.
It's just one of those random exclamation point.
Interesting. Celestial chasm out in the open sea. I do see that. I feel like I have this fish here. It's the Celeste chasm. Have you guys
Yeah.
ever fish in the Celeste chasm? Okay, here we go. Boom.
I can.
Oh no! Okay, I almost fell out.
It's like my
Wait,
favorite
wait.
place to go.
I can get into
I can say yes. That's true.
Celeste
Alright.
Chasm. Wow.
Celeste chasm.
I like Celeste Chasm.
Favorite spot.
Yeah. It's almost like I can stay in Moonrin. I can stay in the mall.
Great timing.
And moon rain. Oh wait, this is perfect timing. Wait, you know what this? Yeah. This is perfect. Okay.
You know what that means?
Fish.
More fish.
Alright. I already have a red. Alright, this is gonna go well. I'm gonna do great. Huge great white shark. Go.
What a waste.
Big shark.
I accidentally took my bobber back out of the water.
That's alright. Boom.
Samsung Galaxy Mahi Mahi.
There we go. Galaxy flying fish. These are always so pretty.
You're so pretty.
Agree.
You're both so pretty.
What?
It's true. Taylor's pretty too.
Mm-hmm.
I should have held the flying fish up a little bit because I could have been like, oh, it's like Selly because it was one of the galaxy ones.
Oh, it's Fermi. Hi.
Didn't even go in the. Yeah.
Tiny dragon.
Tiny dragon.
I'm being called out, even though I'm a kobo. Itchy dragon.
Maybe I could have been. Tracking rod to flip way up. Pink, 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 pink. Pink. Oh. This is such a hard time with these.
Oh wow.
Oh my god.
goodness. That fish. Wow. What a fish.
Wow.
That's a
I got it.
Samsung
I got
Galaxy
the
fish.
three-headed salmon.
Nice.
Nice.
First one of these that I've seen, like, ever.
Let's go.
Heck yeah.
That's two firsts in one go.
I guess I am bringing luck to people. Because it looks like Calfee got a few good fishes just now.
I'm getting a bunch of trash. I don't
Oh,
understand why. I got a galaxy umbrella. Wow, thanks, game.
It's punchy and trash.
ooh, Galaxy huge cock.
What?
Don't worry about it.
What was that?
It's fine.
Sorry, the D is so close to the C keyboard.
Uh-huh.
It's a Galaxy huge cock.
must refrain.
Dang, I was gonna like open up a web browser and look something up randomly, and I immediately forgot what it was because fish.
Fish is too important. Ooh.
My controller's are low battery.
Oh no.
They're both at 10%.
For the headset controllers, it's not possible to charge them while using them, right?
I've never tried that. It's batteries.
Yeah, I don't think that's a good idea. No, 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 no.
Batteries.
Yeah.
I'm going to just switch batteries a little bit later, I guess. Exclamation
Nice.
fish.
There's a
Machine. Command you have, yeah.
yeah, it's a lurk bait fish because I love fishing a lot.
The fish.
I like you a
thing,
lot.
the fish command is so.
You know what? I just realized. It makes sense why you like being behind me on the boat. Now that I think about what we talked about before.
Right, right.
You didn't even have to do anything for me to get that too. Wow, lucky. What?
Lucky.
Yeah.
only for this time I'll get away with it.
This is the only time. Oh, Moonrain's gone. Okay, but this is still here.
Yeah.
It's still fish here.
We can fish until the Celeste chasm is gone.
Man, this chasm is so deep. Anyways. Yeah, it's gone!
Oh.
One fish too deep in the chasm and it just,
Oh my god.
it's just gone now.
Another galaxy
sitting on
huge
this
cock.
one. Okay, never mind.
Okay. Well,
Good signs, though.
did I get what I wanted? I think I did. Okay. I'm going to move to the island over there so I can sell my bounty fish.
I'm seated.
I was thinking about I was gonna say something about Lunar New Year, and I was trying to remember how to say it. Is it like 春节?
Oh, 春节. Yeah, 春节is more. 春节is more.
The spring festival,
Yeah,
right?
spring festival. Lunar. I guess Lunar New Year is like. I mean, we say 新年快乐 or 新春快乐 lah, something like that.
新春快乐.
新春.
Okay,
新春.
I get I get things mixed up very
Yeah.
easily.
Chinese is tough. That's very understandable.
It's fascinating though.
Art.
Alright.
Art pretty art.
Alright.
I wound up on Xiaohongshu at some point, and then I
Ooh.
learned a lot from the people there.
Actually, before I do this, I need to respond to DM again.
Okay. 小红书
It's really-
DM. Oh, blah, 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 blah. Okay.
I was really surprised to see such a healthy furry fandom population on Xiaohongshu.
Oh, I didn't even know that. Wow.
There are lots of dragon lovers on there.
Ooh.
And I respect it.
Hey, maybe I should get myself some 小红书 now. I never really like look into those short form videos websites.
I don't like those either, but Xiaohongshu has lots of like text content too. I know people just post pictures of stuff, and then there'll be a long stream of comments on it, and then people are just having good conversations there.
Oh wow.
I haven't looked at it. I haven't looked at it in a while, but there's a lot of that on top of the videos.
Maybe I should look for dragons at Xiaohongshu now.
Mini dragon. Really good art that I never would have found somewhere like Fur Affinity either.
I think because Xiaohongshu is like
It's-
the Chinese exclusive. Maybe that's why.
Mhm.
It's like it's mostly for China, people from China, I believe.
Right.
Maybe.
There are. I've seen plenty of folks from like Japan and Korea and Malaysia
Oh,
and other places too. It's neat because they actually started ever since there was a lot of United States people going over there. They
Oh.
improved the translate function, so you can just auto-translate every comment into whatever language you prefer,
oh, that's really
depending on
nice.
whether it's available. And then also, it'll show you on on everybody's comment, it'll show you like where they're posting from,
Oh wow. Okay.
like what country they're posting from. Unless you could have a VPN if you want and mask that still, but it's a neat way to connect people across the world.
Honestly, yeah.
Cursed.
Okay.
What? I should look into Xiaohongshu as well.
I haven't looked at it in a while. It was a really one of those brief fascinations, but I'm curious to check again and see if anything's changed much.
Hopefully not, because from your description, Xiaohongshu sounds really nice.
It was a really interesting moment in history too, because people from the States don't really get to interact with people from mainland China very much, and so like for both of us, for both people from China and people from the States, there's like a lot of mystery behind like what life is like for us,
Ooh.
and like the everyday sort of aspects of things. But then like it was almost instantly people are like joking around with one another and cracking wise like old friends,
Aw.
and it was really beautiful.
Yeah, that sounds amazing, honestly.
Alright, I got my quest fish. I'm gonna go turn it in.
Okay.
Alright.
Whoa, dragon tail.
Dragon tail.
Dragon tail.
We love dragon tails.
Dragon tails are great.
The dragoness is returned.
Wow.
Or, okay.
I don't think I got what I need for the bounty.
Bounty?
There's 2 bounty fish that are needed right here. So. Yeah.
Oh.
I needed an albacore tuna. I don't think I caught one of those yet.
What, Roxas? No one just showed me. Hmm?
No. I'm gonna lock that cursed salmon before I accidentally go selling it.
Hmm.
Wah. I have to go back to the ocean where I came from.
Okay. Gosh, don't say that to
Yep.
Evie. Evie's beautiful.
Ironically, the thing I thought I didn't have, it turns out I did have. I just didn't manage to get a barracuda from
Oh,
all that fishing in the desert.
I'm feeling yappy right now. Yeah.
many
Oh
dragon
god, I cast
noises.
my thing up really far. Oh, but then there's Vermi over there casting it like into another dimension.
I mean, dragon is strong. It's normal.
So my species of dragons are actually pretty weak compared to most dragons. Most of our
Oh.
power comes from our magic, actually. Our magic is strong.
Well, I guess that's still strong in my book.
Yeah. Stronger than a kobold would be, of course. I don't even know if you'd call a kobold strong. You'd say how weak is a kobold, honestly.
Hey, I'm small. I'm weak.
There it
I
is.
know.
That's why I run around and stare at dragons a lot.
Refrain my thoughts, refrain my thoughts. No, 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 no. Ba 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 ba.
Getting a really good cast here.
Wait.
This one's like a different color of like yellow green. Okay, no, it's just yellow. I learned how to cast the line really, really far.
I'm going to. You did? Wait, how did you learn that? What did you do?
So what I did, well, so I start by casting way behind me, and then I'll like click it and click again before it, if I can. Oh my gosh. Have it not go up the hill.
I see what you mean.
I'm just
Yeah, if
doing
you
the
time it
spinny
just right.
spin.
Fling it. Make me
Oh, I figured it out. I see it.
Stone.
Whoa, look at that! Oh, look at farming with.
It's so good.
Oh my god.
They are so weak they can't throw it that far.
Yeah, I can't. I have to spin to get far.
Oh, it's so high. It went so high.
Ooh. Rainbow sunfish.
Such a pretty.
Red. Red.
It's a baby wheel, Jay.
Wheel J?
Oh my gosh. Okay, try this again. Yeah. on top of
Whoa.
it went on top of the pier.
Oh my god. Banshee is also super strong.
That's incredible.
Baby whale, gonna call the aquarium something. I think it's oid? Yeah. It sounds like a reference, but I'm not too sure what it is.
Get this really far.
Oh, that's really far. I can't even see the end of it, I think.
Whoa. He's going wild. Could probably catch like open water fish by doing this.
I'm too strong. Viral video of some idiot dorks on a boat in the Boston harbor losing their minds over seeing a sunfish for the first time and having no idea what it is. Oh.
A baby whale. Oh no. Sunfish are really interesting because they're usually very, 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 very deep in the ocean.
I heard sunfish is
But they're,
like...
they come up very briefly, every so often.
Oh.
Oh, speaking of which, the blobfish also happens to be one of those kinds of fish.
Blobfish looks cursed.
It only looks.
It kind of does look cursed, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's like a human face.
It only looks like that because they're supposed to be really, really, really deep, and so like the low pressure is causing their whole body to puff up like that.
Oh.
They're not supposed to be like way
Hey,
up.
Tiara.
Yeah.
I'm hungry. Are there any snacks nearby? Do we have like any snacks? Did we bring any snacks?
I didn't.
Aw,
Oh.
that's too bad. I need to snack on something though.
I feel like I'm in danger.
Huh? What do you mean? Do you want to be in danger?
I don't know. It's
I mean,
just
what?
like
Sorry,
it's just like a gut feeling.
Yeah, it is something in the gut, isn't it? Sorry, what? Sorry. Sorry, it is a gut feeling.
Yeah, it is a gut feeling. Yeah, no, exactly.
You know what that feels like, huh? Sorry. Sorry.
Maybe, I don't know.
Oh, my line's shot forward.
Oh. It's a big cast. Is it stuck at the pier again?
It did actually manage to hit the water that time.
Ooh.
Okay. Oh wow. It's so hard to control it.
I'm just seeing lines like spinning around. Either viewers are like, yo,
Whoa, look at that! So fun.
Whoa.
Good launch, Punchy.
Goodness.
maybe Dragon can launch a kobold like that.
Punch you in the sky. Whee! You go flying.
I'm flying.
Mom, I'm flying, Mom!
It only hurts a little bit, but I'm flying.
Ooh. Anglerfish.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
nice.
Void
Albino.
cooking pot. I try to kill Dean. That's not too surprising of me. Kill Dean? Isn't that an avalanche?
Hey, question for you, Taylor.
Yeah, I'm listening.
Theoretically, if you tasted like any flavor, what would you taste like?
Oh,
For me, like people think I taste like grape, because I'm purple. The answer would probably be that I'm sweet, because I have a lot of sweets IRL. But I feel like sweets for me would be the thing.
I thought about this like before. I thought I was somewhere along maybe. Is it possible to taste like lavender?
I was
Lavender?
Lavender too.
Yeah.
No, lavender, not lavender. Sorry, I'm playing Power World
Lavender?
recently. Sorry, I'm playing Power World recently, so like it's in my head.
Oh.
Hey, lavender is good. Lavender is nice. But yeah, I think I would taste either grape or mostly lavender. Lavender.
Lavender. You almost said it too.
Lavender. It's so close.
Actually, there have been lavender
is.
candies before. Lavender candies do exist,
Oh my god, I should try it.
so it is possible to have both.
I'm still missing the fish I need here.
Oh, thank you, Gaeta.
I need the hognose fish or something. Rar.
That was a good stretch.
Oh, friend. Got a friend. I will put you here. There.
I got what I needed, finally. Yay.
Nice.
Very, like, don't talk to me or my son ever again kind of thing.
Wait.
The two anglerfishes over
Oh.
here.
Don't talk to me. Oh, oops. I was about to grab my rod. There, okay.
Wow.
I don't think we were breaking fast. Oh, right. It's boss eye is almost over, right? Of course. Take care of yourself, Ryuki. Thanks for hanging around. Ooh, thanks for hanging around.
Short,
Green.
big green short. That gives me an OC idea. Could use more green sharks.
Yeah. I think green is pretty cool.
It's a good color.
Right?
This one's
I should be happy that I leveled, but whenever I level, I just feel like my obsession level is just leveling up.
You've come so far.
I'm now level 111.
That's a celebration number.
111.
We love repeating digits. Art here in Bunchy Land.
Mm.
I showed this one. Here's my fish to show off. Whoa, where'd it go?
Oh my gosh.
Ooh, big.
There she is.
What
This
is
is my rainbow
this?
fish.
Whoa.
It is a, let me see what it's called. It's called a catfish emperor.
Oh, I never seen this one before.
It's a rainbow.
I have.
Did you get that from the volcano or was it from
It's just a rainbow, hon. I kind of want to go to the volcano. Who wants to fish in the volcano?
I do.
Let's go do it. Let's go somewhere hot.
Let's go somewhere hot.
Don't say it like that. Only I can say it like that.
What?
Wait, am I tracking off? It is. I always fix it right here. I don't know why I do that, but my brain thinks of it like right now. Okay.
I'm seated in the best
You know when you
place.
start a habit, and then the habit just keeps popping up at that one spot? Yeah. You don't mind, Taylor, when I just sit down on you, right?
No.
That's right. You don't need to answer. I'm just doing it anyways. Alright, here we go. Okay. Let it go. Oh.
Another celestial chosen.
Ooh.
Yeah, I'm gonna ram my boat through. Now you want to. No, I could.
Volcano.
Volcano. Are you able to go in?
Yeah, I just unlocked this
Okay.
afternoon. I actually unlocked this place about 3 hours ago, I think. About. I like that color.
Oh, I have a different color I'm gonna show actually that works good for this world. Let me show you. Where do
No,
I
I'm
go?
in a
to
good
this?
spot.
I think this is the one I want. One
Oh
second.
yeah.
Let me try this.
Oh.
There you go.
Ooh. Oh, that's really good.
This is good for lava areas. Mhm. Why am I messing up like this? My body's being weird. Alright, read through this again.
It's good for love areas.
Good for love areas.
Yeah.
I didn't know it was that kind of stream. Quick doing thing of this. Okay. Now, don't I look nice? Don't I look hot? Sorry, what? Alright, let's fish.
You always look nice
Yeah.
and hot.
Thank you.
Yeah, I agree. Nice and hot.
Okay. I always think about in Terraria when you need like a certain fishing pole to be able to fish in the lava. So when I got here and I could just fish in here, I'm like, oh wait, really? I was surprised.
I never played Terraria until that far.
Oh, wait, you have played Terraria or you haven't?
I played a little bit and then eventually I kinda stopped playing it.
Ah, sorry, I didn't mean to spoil you if I spoiled you.
No, it's all good. I don't know if I'll be getting back into Terraria, if at all.
Lame Guppy. Lame Gulpy.
I love the lava fish. They all look so cool.
They do.
Got the bath salt eel.
Negative.
Arr, 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 arr. I like nibbles.
Like
Ba, 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 ba.
Being nibbled by dragon doesn't sound too bad.
No comment.
tricky stuff.
Oh, I got it.
Wait.
I got a pink.
Ooh. It's a
That took me a
big
minute.
one. Shiny.
It's a lot of effort to cast it 2 feet in front of me. Ooh, a red.
I landed on the platform. Are you kidding?
Red. Nice.
Alright.
Oh,
It's a double-edged sword because you don't get anything extra special by casting it super far, and then that can happen too. Wow! I caught a red.
nice.
Oh my goodness.
Beak. Oh my god.
Very, very beak. Much beak.
My brain is thinking that I want to swim in the lava.
It looks tasty.
It kinda does.
The forbidden honey. Another red one.
Forbidden honey, huh? Forbidden honey.
She may cast distance, add some extra shadow luck.
Demon fish.
So like the further you cast, the more lucky you get?
Oh, does it actually? Yeah, it should do that.
I feel like it too, yeah.
That's kind of how it is in real life.
Oh,
Like if you cast it further, then there's more kinds of fish out past where you're at. You won't be scared by, like, if you're on a boat, they won't be scared away by the boat, or if you're on
right.
shore. You know, like there's more that are further out there that wouldn't come toward the land.
I never really thought about that, but when you put it that way, yeah, that is like, makes sense.
Rainbow.
Rainbow,
Look how pretty.
Give me a second, I'm catching a pink. Give me a second, I'll look.
I saw the rainbow fish.
I want to see it. Where is it?
I pocketed it before you said that.
Wait, show.
Let me.
Show me, pet.
Nope. Oh my gosh. Okay.
Come on.
Try. Okay. There it is.
Ooh, pretty. That is pretty.
Oh yeah. But I want to put down my lucky charm.
Bunchy. I'm kind of hungry, so what I'm gonna do... One second. Oh wait, does this work? Wait, I have to switch. Let me switch to my other avatar. For no reason.
Please.
1 second. It doesn't work on this avatar. 1 second. Here we go. Alright, can you feed it to me? Where's it at?
A gift.
Oh, no. Thank you. Very tasty. I'd like something bigger to eat though, but that's nice. Oh, blah.
Would a broken umbrella be big enough? I have a blessed broken umbrella.
I'm happy to tide you over.
Second, let me check something.
It would help add some incentive to disincentive to just speedrun fishing by dropping it in front of you. That is true. I don't do that, but I can see people who speedruns this game would just do that.
Wonder if maybe they factored, like they thought about that and then figured maybe it's not that deep and they just keep it simple. It would be really neat if they'd do something like that though.
Yeah, I feel like throwing far gives more luck is nice.
Where's my rod? There we go.
Dragon Rod.
Yes. You have something to say?
No.
What I thought.
noises.
I just see small kobold beside me, and I go Murph. Yes. Kobold.
It's nice to sit beside the dragon.
Hmm. Nice to be beside you.
As you Mark 2 through my torso.
I noticed that when my line went right past you. I was like, oh, this is gonna be interesting.
I'm gonna practice throwing far as well.
Bunch. Rar. My red has been activated. Up.
Hey, Tyra, guess what? You are in fact a very good dragon. Pat,
I'll turn a
pat.
color. I'm never really. You can't really see it here, but I'm green, but it looks yellow.
Banana flavor.
No. I can turn yellow. This isn't yellow. Oh, it is yellow. Oh, it is yellow. Oh, wait.
Banana
This is
flavor.
green. There we go. This is green.
Green, nice.
I really
Green.
like the yellow. The green is good.
Really?
But the yellow is, I don't know why it looks so good to me.
Huh. Alright, then I'll turn it. For you. My pet.
Thank you.
Thank you for calling me mistress. It's a good example.
You're a good example of a good dragon that is nice and sweet and yellow.
Thank you. Refrain on my comment. Da.
I don't know why, but green is like a favorite color of mine, and yellow is not. But for some reason, I really like the yellow on you with the black.
But-
It just looks neat.
But green is not a creative color.
Green is not a creative color.
Do you have to be old? You know that meme? Would you say so?
I'm not so sure. It was a very specific moment in time, though.
What meme are we talking about?
That
It's called Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared. It's a YouTube thing. It's like something that looks super cute and like stuff, but it's actually really dark.
it starts off looking
Yeah.
like a children's TV show.
They're like, what does A stand for? And like all this different stuff. And it's like, oh, it looks so cute. And no, it is not.
Ooh.
Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared. It's great. Definitely recommend checking it out. It's just Ninja.
Oh, hi Nina. I should
The ex-
check
the
it out.
experience of watching that is a very I think it was a very specific moment in time that existed next to a very specific set of cultural ideas and tropes that could have only happened at that point in time the way that it did.
I guess I missed it.
So I don't know
because,
about
you know.
I don't know about
Responsive to you.
old,
Maybe
Okay.
not old, yeah. Okay.
but it was
Don't mind me
like
just sneaking up behind you. You're fine, Punchy. Alright, anyways. Keep going.
oh no, dragon sneaking up behind me.
Oh no, what am I gonna do to you? Sorry.
Whatever-
Sorry.
will I do?
Oh no.
But yeah, it was. I guess I would say niche would be.
Niche, huh?
Niche and maybe like highly concentrated on millennials.
Oh, it's 10 years old at this point, but just because it's niche and getting up there in years, still worth checking out.
Definitely.
I should probably check it out, yeah. I mean, some innocent looking in and then turning into dark stuff. I have a little bit of fascination with those kind of videos. Might be weird for me to say that, but hey.
No, it's a whole mood. It's I used to love that stuff. I wish we had more of it, but it doesn't have the same effect nowadays that it did.
Oh, I feel nowadays it's just analog horror and stuff. I kind of like analog horror, but most of them is just kind of funny.
Yeah, like it's saturated, and the style is it's not that it's bad or annoying or anything, but it's like there's a lot of it, so it's a little bit diluted.
It does get
because of that,
repetitive
but-
after.
Right. The Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared existed in a moment that there wasn't really a lot of stuff like it, and so coming across it was like a very unique experience. It still is, really, if you've never seen it.
I think I've heard of it back then, but I never really know what it is because it's just like to me it's just like someone mentions it and then I never really look into it. It's like, oh, okay.
Yeah, I got a lot of those myself.
Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared is... what a name though.
Okay. Well, I'm alright.
Whoa, dragon.
Ba 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 ba. Nipple, nipple, nipple.
Constant pot.
I want to collect my stuff. Thank you.
Camel looks untextured.
Yep.
Can't see it.
It
Some very good camo.
I'm gonna look at it properly. Camo looks like checkered map.
It kind of does.
It's like a UV unwrapping map.
Yeah.
I think it might be actually.
It probably did just do that.
Yeah, that would be cool.
It's a
Ever.
quick way to get that effect.
Yeah.
Might as well.
Nibbles on T-Rog's tail. Nibble, 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 nibble.
Wait. Oh yeah, this model doesn't have a fluffy tail.
Their tail is like a chew toy.
Oh.
Sully's writing sonnets now. Oh my gosh.
Am I right in sonnets?
Your tail is like a chew toy. It's like a Shakespeare style sonnet.
Ah, I see. Well then, I can't. I can't. Oh hi, Solar. Hello.
Solar?
Solar, hello.
Oh my god, freaking.
Yeah.
Explosion in
We're
lava.
on stream.
Yeah.
Ba 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 ba.
We are streaming.
Atundus among us.
Many dragon.
Hija wants to join us. My friend Hija. Can I invite them, or is it not gonna work, Tiora?
I'm okay with that.
Yeah. Will it work?
I think.
Like, do you have it open to Friends Plus?
Shit, I think it's on invite.
try.
It's on. I think it's on
Oh
invite
yeah,
only.
I can't. I
No.
can't invite them. Aw.
Oh no, wait. I could make a new portal and then we can get in
I
there.
can.
Oh, you can do
Yeah,
it.
do you want to do that?
I-
You go for it. It's your stream.
Oh, no, I'll try. I'll do invite plus. Is that
Friends
okay?
Plus. It's Friends Plus.
Oh, friends plus. Okay.
Oh, I guess I actually no. Actually, should be Invite Plus. That way randos don't. Yeah. Invite Plus.
Oh, invite plus. Okay.
Because then others, I think, can also invite their friends, which is what we want.
New
May have to-
instance.
I may have to hop out and get to bed.
That's okay, hon.
Drop portal. Can I drop portal here?
Oh, they died. Someone died.
I did portal. Oh, oops. Sorry, Fern. I did portal. Also, Banshee gonna haul off now? Question mark?
Yes, it's very late for me, so I need to get some sleepies. It was very nice spending time with you.
Yeah. I feel happy too. Very, very nice. It's always nice to have Banshee around.
Aww. I appreciate you.
Heck
And by chat, everybody have a good time.
yeah. I'll get into the portal first. Bye bye, Banshee.
Okay. Bye. I'll see you again soon.
Bye bye. Aha, the portal is gone. Oops.
Oh no.
I didn't think about that, did I?
I wonder if you can make another portal with the same instance.
Can I just join? Wait, no, what happened? I messed up. Wait, it says I can join user's instance. What happens if I join a user instance? That's not gonna get me to somewhere weird, right?
I hope not.
I'll give it a
Is it-
try. Okay, going in. Oh. I'm a little bit scared actually. What if something bad happens? Oh my god, I think I got in. I messed up.
You messed up? What do you mean?
I waited too long and then the portal was gone.
No!
It's okay, I'm here now.
No
Hello.
gaming. Where should we meet up at? Should we go back to lava area, or what do we want to do?
I mean, we can do that, yeah.
It's whatever you want to do. We can go back to lava. I think we all have it unlocked, so. Cool.
Oh, do we have different spawn point? Hmm. I should probably go to Tanglewood first. Whee. Oh my god, I'm too small. I'm too small. No, I pressed the wrong button. Oh no, I didn't mean to reset my avatar. I messed up. Is there undo button? No. Well, I didn't mean to press on the fucking. Okay, let's do this real quick. Ding. Uh-oh. Hey, dragon. I messed up. Dragon. I hear Celeste for a little bit. I need to quickly like reconfigure my thing. This one. Back rump. I cannot see the back rump. Oh, I think that works. Oh, no, I don't want any of these. Smoochy Celeste. A little chunk. And then color option would be... I think it was 40%. Oh my god, dragon! And then this one, accessories. Boom, 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 boom. I think that's close enough. I don't think... I might be missing something, but it's fine. Did they go to the lava area first? Okay, good, good. Actually, I want to go and... Oh wait, no, they're here. Dragon.
Hello there, pretty kobolds.
Wee.
Fancy seeing you here.
It's fancy seeing dragon here
Yeah.
too.
You doing alright?
Yeah, I
Why are you blushing?
was trying to reset my height,
I see.
and then
I'm gonna
messed up.
kidnap you and take you in the ocean somewhere. Here we
Nice.
go.
I'll take it. Uh-oh. A kobold getting
You're
kidnapped by a
mine
dragon.
now. Okay.
I'll do the wait cry, and then I'll roll around the floor.
No. I think Bungie had it out, didn't they?
Yeah, Bungie said... Bungie gave you a smooch.
I saw that. I will give them a nom in return.
And
No. Papa. Okay,
yeah.
let us go, friends.
More fishing. So that's vibrating tail. We love Celeste's vibrating tail. Wow. It's getting dark. I'll go open up the lights real quick. Game, I think. It's nice and bright again. Wing. Pounce.
You made it nice. I got a pink. 1 second. Good raid, nice.
I'll mute myself in VR chat for a bit. Panic Fennec Mitchell. Hi. 12%. Thanks for the raid. Welcome in.
Hello.
How are you doing? Welcome. How are you playing? Oh, you're playing VR chat. Right. Alter Peru, hi. TBG Untidy, hi. Welcome in everyone. Hope you're doing good. I don't really do VR chat streams as much. It's just that the fishing has been... I've been kind of obsessed with fishing for the past few days, so... And just gonna get it out there, usually I'm a kobold, but when I'm playing VR chat, I just kind of want to be a dragon instead. Or a Dergbold, actually, so... Welcome in everyone. Hope you're doing good. I'm Tiara. I'm a kobold.
Ah,
Oh.
damn.
Oh.
Cries and cries. Meh.
I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games.
IASS.
I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits. And I do art sometimes. Welcome. Fishing game. I love this game. I know! I've been here for 5 days and I'm at level 113. So, yeah, it's a little... I'm a little obsessed, I would say. But yeah, I do hope VR chat was fun for you too. Thanks for the raid. If you need post-stream care, get some rest, get some food, get some drink. Very important. Okay. I'm here with Celeste. Reckon. And then there's Fermi, there's Hija. Yeah. Alright, I'm talking in game now. I'm back.
Welcome back, Kobo.
I heard the ping was gone.
I almost had it. I almost had it. And then I didn't.
It's okay. I believe in Dragon can get the next one.
Hopefully I get the next pink.
Yeah.
Or I
I
might have to
will.
grab something else nearby that's pink.
Uh-oh. Aha.
Yeah, I'm sure you fetch a bargain. Sorry. Whoa.
Whoa. I feel like I'm pink. Oh.
You're adorable.
Oh.
Lavender. Lavender.
Lavender.
I'm taking notes. For no reason.
For no reason. Alright. Understandable. Ooh, big.
Yeah, a big one.
Definitely nothing happening in DMs.
Are you DMing me, Solar?
Probably.
You are DMing me.
I'll DM Celeste.
You're banned. Going to my stream and I'm banning you. In my stream. This joke, by
How
the
do you
way.
pronounce that? Didakushu. Thank you. What if I DM the dragon?
Oh. Have you DM me, Tiora?
No, not yet. Not yet.
You'll get nibbles.
Oh.
For sure.
I'll take it, I'll take it.
You may wish you didn't. Or someone beams in chat.
Right?
I know. You got a lot of raids.
I got lucky. Also, hi Tikaka. It's the Dergbold friend. Hope Tikaka is doing good. Did you have your morning coffee?
Someone died.
I just hear pts.
Yep. No. What?
That was very loud.
Was it you? No.
No, I'm here.
Wait,
I'm
I
here.
got a pink. I got a pink. I got a pink. I got to focus.
You got this, I believe. Merely now I wanna go make a pot of coffee.
I don't have it. I lost messed it again. I missed it again.
Aw.
All over.
No.
Who made this game?
I will hunt the dragon.
Did you say you will hunt the dragon?
No, hug. Hug.
Hug.
Hug.
Hug. Yeah, no, it'll be the other way around. Sorry. Yeah, hug. Yeah, you can hug the dragon. I'll give you a big, warm hug.
Oh my god, yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Discover cream yogurt.
Teja, you're cute.
And
I'm happy your power is
enchanted.
back on. Was worried about you.
And yes, sipping my coffee. Nice, good to know.
Mwah.
Didn't get
Heck
sick.
yeah. Coffee good.
Did you get sick because it was cold?
Probably because I stayed out hunting.
You were out hunting? Yeah. Well, now you don't have to do that, right? Because you can, your fridge works now.
Yeah. mean, I still need to get meat, but I know I have that because of something. I get it sick in the process. Yeah, really what I wanted. Was your router earlier today as well?
What'd you say?
It was your power out earlier today as well? Like before stream?
No. Well, yes, for an hour before stream, and then it came back earlier than expected. They were like, it's gonna be out until 11 your time. It came back at 8. I was like, I canceled stream, and I'm like, well, I could stream now, but I canceled it, so I'll just drink the night to myself.
You know how much you can do about it.
Because, like, the power could have gone back out, because it went out because of high winds, and we're still having high winds, so I'm like, well, if I stream it, it might just go back out again, so.
Yeah, fair point.
It's always kind of scary to me when I think about like the weather issue. Since me being in Malaysia, there's not really like huge weather that I need to look out for, so I feel like I'm blessed without having to like deal with those kind of issues. Kind of scary.
Well, I'm not really scared of them, they're just annoying.
Yeah. It could be like very inconvenient.
Oh yeah, definitely inconvenient. Alright. I'm going to go and buy the Pharaoh Rod. I have the money for it now. I'm gonna go get it.
Oh my god, big money.
Oh.
Mm,
Oh,
I
wow.
join you.
I'll fish this one. Now actually go sell my stuff first and stuff. Here, I'll tell them.
Oh, I can. You wanna get on, Tiara?
Oh, I'll go sell my stuff first. I'll go to Tanglewood and bless my fish first.
Oh, okay.
Mm.
Alright, sounds good.
Yeah, yeah. I'll get back to lava later. Right. I think it's is it here? I don't remember. See, for someone who's already level 114, I feel like I should know more about this place, but no. It's almost like I know nothing about this place because I only played for 5 days. Oh, there we go. I kind of want to buy the Rod of Pharaoh as well. I mean, it's 600, no, it's 750k. And wait, maybe I should get a luxury speedboat first. Would that be nice? I mean, traveling around would be a lot faster with that thing, no? Maybe I should get the... yeah, maybe I should get the speedboat first. That would be a good idea. I mean, since I already have this amazing fishing rod that I have currently, Rune Steel, so I could keep using that. I don't know why I keep looking at this and I just be like, oh, fun dildo. Alright, let's get to Tanglewood. I'm too small. 140? Where's Tanglewood? I think that's Tanglewood? Yeah, it should be. I think that's the church out there. I feel like this is gonna be huge money. I'm expecting like maybe a 200k money for this one. I mean, I've been fishing for a long time today, and I don't think I've sold them at all. So, I mean, this is the oops, I forgot I cannot do that. This is the amount of fish that I have. Okay, so from here up. Yeah, I think that's quite a lot. So hopefully this sells for a lot. And I kind of want to buy either the luxury speedboat first, or maybe I'm thinking either luxury speedboat or Rod of Pharaoh. No, I should get the luxury speedboat first. I already have a good rod, or like a very strong rod, so... Yeah. Hi, Hannah. Bless my fish. Oh Holy 27 fish. Okay, that's really good. Oh my god, Floofy Brecky! Heck yeah. Floofky! Oh my god, that's so adorable. He gives me strong rod. I mean, Sola has strong rod. Heck yeah. Alright, moment of truth. Oh my god, that's a lot more than I thought. 400k for this? Crazy, holy shit. Oh my god. Big money. You very cute avatar, thank you. It is the Dergbold avatar made by Nefertiti. Amazing dragon avatar. Oh my god, it's running at barely 30, 40? Scary. Well, I guess it's more fishing for me. I have the cursed seaweed that looks really cool. Cursed seaweed. Whee. I have Steve. Like, I don't know who Steve is, but that's a thing. Oh, it's Ghastly. Oh my god, it's Ghastly Steve. How much does this thing sell for, actually? I'm so curious. Let's go check. How much do you sell for? $24k. Ooh. For a rainbow? I mean, for a rainbow, I thought that would sell for a lot more than that, to be honest. But maybe I'm just being, I'm just being greedy here. Right, let's lock you back. I also have a holographic frog. Frog. Oh, I actually yeeted the frog. And of course my blessed broken umbrella. Love me a good broken umbrella. Oh yeah, this one is really good. Dragonfly fish is really good. Look at this little guy. I love this one. The name even has a dragon on it. I'll fish for a little bit longer. I am getting a little bit hungry, so... Actually, before I go, I want to check something. I want to see if there's like a boat that's taller? I think Enthusiast's boat is not even that tall. Like, you cannot step on that thing. Unless you can, then it's gonna be tall. Yeah, you can't. So, no. How do we even get into the Demon Tower? Raw boat? Maybe not raw bolt. I mean, I guess the little yak is like the taller one. Like the tallest one that I have. The little yak. Not the dinghy. Dinghy is like the flattest boat ever. Well, I guess I'm missing a little yak. Yeah. Oh. It's D plus 10, wow. Yeah, this speed demon's too good. Unfortunate lava or crescent volcano by the best blacksmith in the land. I guess the next one I'll try to get would be the Rod of the Pharaoh, but I want to get the luxury speedboat first, so yeah. Let's get the luxury speedboat first. I'll find a way to get into that someday, but that day is not today. I want to see the fun dildo skin. Oh, that's what they have. Oh, it's a fun dildo. Okay. I like the pink one. Even the seat. Oh, I thought the seat is different. I thought too much. Right, Crescent Isle. Is that them? Pretty in pink, I know. I love pink so much. I love pink, I love purple. I think I love purple more than I love pink. Oh, just a little bit more. I could fish here for a bit. I heard radioactive is also a pretty good modifier, question mark? I'm so glad that I'm able to fish with Celeste today. Because last night was a bit of a unfortunate circumstance, but I'm just glad that I'm able to fish with her today. I mean, of course with a lot of people as well. Makes me feel very happy. Oh. No. Like, considering what has been happening for the longest time, what has been happening to her for the past few days has been rough. What? I dropped down, it's already a red? Crazy. Oh. Don't see any pools around here. Wait. Fishing with friends is live? I know, it's so good. Wait. Braggy spotted though. Whoa. Hi Gayarkan. And thank you Braggy. Oh my god. I guess there's no pools around, no? I could maybe go back to the lava area. I mean... I feel like the fish in lava area might sell. Might sell for more, maybe? Yeah, let's go to the volcano. I wanna try it. Hello, Dragon. Wait, no. No, wait, that's Tanglewood. I think they're at the enchantment area. If they're at the enchantment area, then it should be Crescent Isle. This is Coconut Bay, I think. No, wait, this is Crescent. Oh wait, no, I get it from where? Here? Ah, okay. Let's fish for a little bit more. Oh, actually, I kind of want to do the parkour. Those are not that good.
And welcome.
Lord Tito. Oh, thank you. Welcome in. Here. Ooh. Huh? Whoa, I cheated. Hi, Lord Tito. Welcome. Thanks for the follow. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Why would you trigger there? What? You're a dragon, maybe you can swim in lava? Not exactly. Being a dragon, but I don't think I'm very attuned to fire. On the soft log in the city? Oh my god, Brecky. Brecky is a game tester. Oh my god. Weird. This is spooky loud scream. Yeah. I mean, it's the Homer Simpson, as I've been told, or the scream from Simpsons. I don't know if it's Homer Simpson. It took oddly long. Yeah, it didn't happen this entire day, and now it's happening. Server? I mean, it couldn't be because of this. It's already longer than 2 seconds. It's over 2 seconds actually. It's 0.2 seconds. Maybe Kobo is getting accustomed to lava? Probably? Maybe? Yeah. It's a faster pitched up Homer. Ah, okay. I never watched Simpsons. Just do it, man. Come on. Why are you like this? Just come on, hit me, right? Just do it, man. Why are you like this? Right. Full on Guild Wars 2 jumping puzzle to get fishing. I know, right? I didn't know this parkour section, but I already parkoured until the end and I'm not too sure what to do. Because it looks like there's something there that I can unlock, but once I'm there, it looks like I'm hard stuck after getting there, I think. When I was fishing with coffee anyway. Intentionally coming the flash to the hidden looking area. Oh, it's intentional. So they're just trying to hide it from people for now? Yeah, because here, and then here, and then over there, like this place here you cannot jump over. This one. That one. This one. There we go, I'm back. Sorry about the jump scare noises. Oh. Right, it is that one. Yeah. So I guess it's intentional. Wait, why did I think about that? Maybe I should have, like, drive around my boat and look for any, like, pool. If I want money, right? It would be more chances for modifiers. Ooh, I never thought about that. I should probably do that. Albino tiny ash head, ash scale. It is very tiny, I can't even see it. I keep seeing ash scale as ash head. My brain is too bad. And Kobo has bad brain. A frozen huge Ifrit barracuda. I'm getting some good modifier here as well. And getting that instant cast is also pretty huge. Ooh, that's a really far cast, holy shit. I need to practice my far cast. Right? I think that's pretty not bad. Because maybe in the future there might be an update where you need to cast fars to get a little bit more lucky. Maybe, you never know. Because it sure feels like this game is still getting actively updated. So I'm glad. Considering there's this St. Patrick's Day thing that's happening in the game, or like that's going to happen in the game, that's pretty good, I think. Junkin lava. A very durable leather wallet. Maybe I should, yeah, I should probably go out and... Yeah, I should go out and look for pools. Let's do that. I'll fish for a little bit longer. Let's go look for pools. Celeste left. Harry couldn't find us? Question mark? Oh, Hija is still there. Wait.
Hello and welcome.
Wait, Hija is still there, but Hija is no board. Huh? The gaming giraffe. Hi. Thanks for the follow. Wonder what happened. I wonder if they need a board. I could spawn one for them. Oh come on, I cannot jump properly. Oh. Hija is not there anymore. Oh yeah, there's the respawn function. I didn't think about that actually. Okay, I'm dumb. Hope you're doing good. Welcome in. Right, let's spawn a boat. Look at the secret. Love the pink. Alright, let's go drive around and see if we can find a pool somewhere. That's... Oh, that's fair, okay. That's Hija. Okay, so Hija respawned. I guess something happened to Celeste. Should I go check them out real quick? I hope everything is fine. I hope they're okay. Oh, they actually seem okay, but it's School of Seahorse? No. I guess I'm still scared. Most of the time anyway. Like trying to interact with new people that I never heard or that I never seen before can be scary for me. But since they're with Celeste, so I do trust them. I do. I just need to like get through my own like mental. Still, Hija is a long-time VR friend of yours too. That's really good to know. Heck yeah. I'm sure they're amazing. I'm just worried for nothing here. Is that the School of Seahorse? Man, when I'm out trying to find a pool, but there's no... Oh my god, I forgot. When I'm out trying to find a pool, but there's no pool going on. Wait. Was very pleasantly surprised when I heard their name earlier. Small World. Oh. To be completely honest, I never heard of Hija before. But hey, glad you both can meet under such circumstances. I wonder if I can get into this lighthouse at any point. Can I get in the lighthouse now? This game suck. Right? I'm done playing for now. Had fun with you. Oh, I'm glad you had fun. Heck yeah. I'm glad. I had tons of fun playing with you as well. Mistress. I did it. Yeah, very wonderful. Yeah, so Celeste is honestly amazing. I'll do that once on stream only. But off stream, off stream it's fine. You're very wonderful. It says you're also pretty wonderful yourself. Even though I was pretty quiet most of the time, but I also had fun. Maybe I'm the more quiet like person usually. I just like vibing. Kobo did good. Kobo did good. Alright. I want my sick ride. Oh, I already have the pink one? Yo. Oh, there we go. Oh, yeah. My sick ride. This is so cute. I can look at my own beans as well. Alright, let's go find some pools around. I feel like I kinda want to play games with you more now. It was really fun. Boop. Wing. Boop. Oh my god. Boop. Oh my god. Thank you, Becky. With Dragon, with Celeste. The pool is so empty today. Eat new day, give me pool. What is this? I'm just surfing my way to victory. Hija is showing me the microscopic seahorse, and then I didn't know the fish could get that small. Yeah, apparently you can kill a 0.0 kilogram fish in this game. Basically non-existent, but maybe it's like, what, 1 gram, 2 gram fish? Microscopic seahorse. There really is no pool here. Actually, I should check the time. Yeah, titta. Ooh, it's already 7? What? I feel like I only fished for 3 hours. God damn it. Shit. Okay, look. Oh, okay, I'm obsessed. Okay, I am very obsessed. Okay, there's no other way around it. I am so obsessed. Overlaying. This is a really cute angle, no? Beans? Oh my god. You mean my very cool ride? What? You're glad I reintroduced you to the game, Kobo? Yeah. Kobo, very glad. Speaking of, I can't wait to join the next VR Chat meetup on Saturday. My Stalker 2 Heart of Chernobyl Ultimate Edition arrived, and my cat immediately going to the card box. Anomalous cat. You sent me the anomalous cat? Oh my god, I want to look at the anomalous cat. And Kitty. Oh, Kitty. Oh my god, look at Kitty. Oh. Okay. Immediately going to the card box. Kitty is so precious. Oh my god. Cute Kitty. But also, heck yeah, I'm glad the game arrived. Or I think that's a game, right? Stalker 2 Heart of Chernobyl Ultimate Edition. Sounds like a game to me. Gosh, Kitty is so adorable. Oh. I was just kicking in. Halipat. It is though I played through it 2 years ago already. Pre-ordered the Ultimate Edition to support the dev spec in November 2024. Whoa, that's 1 year and a little bit more of wait. Well, as long as it arrived, I'm glad. Bing. Oh wait, that's not a pool. I feel like there's no pool in this instance, huh? I gotta become Minecraft villager, goddammit. Heh. Got a surfing dragon now. A dragon surfing through the ocean. Actually, I don't know what is with the toughness of boats or vehicles, right? Like, I can essentially just use a surfboard and go through the entire map. It just takes a little bit longer time. But what's with the toughness? Huh? He's just feeling icky and just going to get some more rest. I hope they feel better soon. They're a good bean. Oh, sorry about that. I did hear that he was really sick while he was out hunting as well. Well, it's a short time, and I know I have been a little bit awkward towards them, but I still hope for the best for them, right? I really do. I mean it. I wish they speedy recovery. I thought you said serving a dragon instead of surfing dragon. I mean, for a kobo, I like surfing dragon. I like surfing dragons. Just gonna carefully park here, surfing backwards, and then stab. Very, very nice. Wait, no. You're lovely. Don't worry about your impressions. You're very endearing, just being you. Oh, well. I hope I didn't make them feel uncomfortable still, because I wasn't really like chatty towards them. Did I have cursed? Hey, I'm being nibbled by dragon. Oh my god. I love how I'm smaller than grass. I'm small. They were definitely uplifted by the company. Oh, I'm glad. Both of us were excited to run into each other. Poor Bean just struggling with the sick. Oh, yeah. I still hope for the best for them. Speedy recovery. Shit, I don't have a cursed fish. Oh. Scrap? No. Would that be scrap here? Oh. Is that a scrap? Oh, it's not scrap. I've been lied to. I thought that's a scrap. Oh. Scrap? But then I feel like scrap is not that good. I feel like. No. Oh, hi, Fermi. Yours. Oh, did I squeak? Oh, oops. Oh. Oops. I don't know, I guess sometimes I do kind of... Sometimes I do kind of squeak. I think I squeaked, I think. I'm not too sure. I'm proud of being a kobo, I guess. No, I feel like the more I roam around this place, it definitely feels like the Tanglewood. This is the Tanglewood from Phasmophobia, no? It has to be. It has to be. all caps. For real, the coupled sounds are so adorable. Oh my god. Hey, look, maybe I'm super duper happy as well. I get to fish with many dragons around me. Could be inspired by Phasmo. Looks like it, right? I'm still surprised that haul was almost 400k. Maybe I already hunted all the scraps that I can get, no? Unless the scraps are so elusive that I couldn't even see them at all. I like this place, by the way. Look at this place, oh my god. This place looks mega comfy. The bed? Ooh. That's a really nice bed. This is, does this count as cabin? Is this a cabin? I think this is a cabin. Or it's just like a swamp house, maybe? I don't know. Let's fish for a little bit longer. Maybe I could like level one more time. I guess to level 115 would be easy with this rod. The instant is crazy. Oh, negative old cooking pot. I thought that's a toilet paper. Oh my god, that looks like a toilet paper. Alright, that's my lucky charm right there. Okay. I found my lucky charm. Listening to jazz while fishing is like a whole new level of I feel good. You know, there's like a level of I feel good meter. This is another level. I don't know, I just like listening to these are the music that I listen to when I sleep, by the when I sleep, by the way. And then listening to them while fishing, it's like many comfy. Oh. No. Don't go. There. My lucky charm. Very cozy vibe. I'm glad it's a cozy vibe here. It's not all the time though that it's going to be cozy vibe, because sometimes with the games I play. Moon Rain, thank you game. And sometimes when I play Tekken or when I play Counter Strike, or games that is like competitive in nature, or like just more actiony in general, then it wouldn't be too comfy, I feel like. Maybe, I think. Ooh, I don't like this one. I don't like that many eyes. Ooh. I got a Chinook. Alright, let's fish until the moon rain is finished. How about that? Pinku? Oi oi. That's a wild one. Oi oi oi. Ooh. Dread Shell Colossus. Oh. Huge American alligator? I still like you. I did hear you play fighting games. I do. Enter Street Fighter 6? Oh no. UFC 3? Oh yeah. Guilty Gear Strive? Oh no. Fighter Z? Oh yeah. I played all of them. Guilty Gear Strive Ramlethal is like so shit that I don't play the game anymore. I mean, sure, I'm a Giovanna main, but going against Ramlethal is just kind of cancerous. You main grapplers? Aha. So Potemkin? Potemkin is so hype. Blessed! Potemkin is actually so hype. Fuck yeah. Huge respect too. So Zangief as well on Street Fighter 6. I main who's the big woman again? The very strong muscular woman in Street Fighter 6 that I really like. That and also Zangief. Zangief is just fun to play. One SPD and then people are gonna be like, hiya, what the fuck, I do one wrong move and I lose like 30% of my health. This game is shit. The joy of being a grappler. One wrong choice, they lose 30% of their health. Yeah, Marisa, thank you. Marisa is so amazing. Gosh, it's like my first character in Street Fighter 6. Well, honestly, Street Fighter 6 is the first Street Fighter I ever played. Never really played the other ones. And then UMVC 3, well, since I'm in Malaysia, playing online with UMVC3 is going to be difficult and also going to be extremely tough. Because I believe UMVC3 doesn't have rollback netcode, and playing online with more than 200 ping is going to be cancerous. No one can play. So, yeah. While my found family, she means Marissa too. Oh, heck yeah! Marissa is so amazing, gosh. She's so strong. You're cute. I know, right? Celeste is so cute. I'll only refer to Celeste as mistress sometimes on stream. On stream though, right? But off stream, always. Hey, I want to be a good kobold too.
Naya, such a good girl. Bestest dragon. Pat pat pat.
I can't. I don't like to. I'm getting so many pets. Oh my god. UMVC3 is rough online, plus it's aged poorly. That's a little bad exploits, especially with the netcode. Yeah, exactly. It's kinda sad how UMVC doesn't really have like a new installment or like sequel to the game. MVCI is a sad case of depression, but I hear they have like Marvel something Tokyo
And welcome.
and Seko Puppy. Thank you. Welcome. Yeah, such a good bestest dragon. Gosh, you got yeah, too nice. Oh my god. I just learned that the Mortal Kombat theme is based on an old Scandinavian church song. It's a Finnish hymn. Ooh, okay. Didn't know about that. You get rewarded whenever you come. Promise. I get rewarded every time I do that. Oh my god. Infinite was depressing. I tried to pretend it never existed. Read what I said again out loud. I just learned that the Mortal Kombat theme is based on an old Scandinavian church song. It's a finished hymn. Hymne. Hymne. Is that the one they want me to read it again out loud? I hope I did it right. My kobo brain is too strong most of the time. What's the famous line from MK? Toasty! No, that's a real nice anti-air. Is it the scorpion get over here? It could be that one because it's like it's everywhere. My old team in UMVC3 is Hagar based, Phoenix Wright based, either Raccoon or Wesker based. I don't see Virgil based. I love Virgil. I love Virgil. I love unseeable left right mix. What does the announcer say if you get your opponent low health? I don't know about that. I know Killing Instinct has the announcer that just says danger, danger in a really low pitch. Is it the same with Mortal Kombat? I don't know. I don't play Mortal Kombat enough to know about that. And speaking of, my my team in UMVC3 was Amaterasu because I'm a furry trash. Amaterasu actually Amaterasu, wait, is it who's the one? Frank Amaterasu, Frank West, and who? Shit, it's been so long. To be fair, I don't really think I have a main since I just play offline. But one more would be... Is it Rocket Raccoon? It's either Rocket Raccoon or... I mean, the third one would be Rocket or Captain America. I like the shield slash combo from Captain America. It's like kind of the easiest to pull off. Amaterasu has a lot of like the charge slash combos that's really hard to pull off, but it's so cool. I usually have Amaterasu as point, and then have Frank as anchor. Or the other way around sometimes. It depends on how I feel about it. But anchor Amaterasu is really fun. It just use your circular disc and it just fucking beat the shit out of them. And because level 3 X Factor is like, oh shit, it just deletes. Mortal Kombat has finishers, remember how it was prompted. Fatality? Is that it? Finish him. Oh, nghe mai cái trang hồi. Finish him. Wow. I'm so mad. I'm only getting it now. I was so real. I thought that was like, wow, Lord, shit, wow, like that's so cool. And then you just be like, you betray me. You betray me. I thought that's like the real lore. I cry now. Only Chinese will let me not cry. There we go. You're so mean, Solid. Hi, Johnny Rolls. Welcome. Welcome, Kraken. I guess starting tomorrow, I'll start playing Halo ODST again. Since I already 100% everything here, I feel like. So it's a matter of just like fishing, get money, buy the speedboat, and then buy the Road of Pharaoh, and I think that's pretty much it. ODST jazz? Yeah, ODST is some smooth jazz going on with the music. What is up? What could be up? But still, I think what is up is like I'm doing fine, right? Oh wait, what is up is the same as what's up, right? Oh my god. English is tough. Negative. I might as well just get to level 116. God, what am I doing? Why am I like this? Huh? Alright. Oh, I'm the best. So yeah, I'm doing pretty okay. Just a little bit hungry, but I've been fishing for apparently 7 hours, but it definitely doesn't feel that way. I feel like I only fish for maybe 3 hours. I'm not obsessed, you are. A lot of twiddle. Call it in a bit, brew coffee and cook us some breakfast. Of course. Breakfast. Did you not eat me? Oh my god. But still, I do hope you have good breakfast and coffee after. it's nice of you to join. I feel amazing whenever that, because honestly, I'm gonna be real here again, right? But every time I open up VR chat, all I can think to myself is like, hey, let's go to VR chat and have a fish, right? And then at the back of my mind, I just wasn't expecting people to like join because I'm like so uninteresting, and I always like in real life I'm always so quiet, and I'm like the quiet one, and then people just alienate me, and then I'm already used to the feeling. So whenever I get to like a social game like this, I'm pretty much just expecting that. Oh yeah, hey, let's have a, oh my god, that looks scary. Let's have a good time fishing, you know. If there's people join, then good. If not, then it's also fine, right? But I never really realized that I have people that, oh my god, I'm yapping. I didn't realize people would like find my company nice in VR chat even. So that's a surprise to me, honestly, and also that makes me feel very happy about myself as well. I'm just glad that when people join my VR chat session, they don't feel like they are being like pressured to join my VR chat session, and then being pressured to make small interactions between each other. Because I'm so quiet. I know that in a game like this, if I'm too quiet, it would probably make people like uncomfortable, right? You messy relic. So for the past few days I streamed VR chat, it makes me feel really happy actually. Like I definitely didn't expect people would find my company nice. At first, honestly, I think at first it was Bretok who joined my VR chat session on stream after playing Deep Rock Galactic together on Sunday, I think. Yeah, on Sunday or Saturday. I think it was Saturday. On Saturday, and then Bretok was the first one. Oh my god, first one to join my VR chat session, and then like I know Bretok is like doesn't use mic, and I'm the only one that's yapping a lot, and he still find they still find my company fun. I mean, they mentioned they had lots of fun while hanging out with me almost the entire day that day, and I feel like that day sparked something within me. It's like, ooh, maybe I can like make friends like this as well. That's kind of crazy. Wow. It's kind of weird thinking about it, to be honest, but it's time to change my ways of thinking, you know? Like I know from like even from a kid I was never validated, and then as a kid I've always been the one that's being alienated because of like my body conditions and shit. So that kind of just do one again that like my brain just defaults to, yeah, I'm supposed to be alone now, right? So that doesn't help. But at least these days, me playing VR chat changes a little bit of something within me. I do feel, weirdly enough, I feel happier. Probably because of the euphoria that I'm looking at myself being a dragon and stuff, but that's besides the point. The other thing would be like, I mean, I'm more focusing on the social aspect of what I've been doing in VR chat for the past few days. There are quiet moments, that's also fine. There are funny moments, that's also really fine. and that's really nice, right? There are chatty moments, right? I mean, the funny moment would be Captain Wayne and the fucking rat from Warhammer Vermintide. That's Breen. Like, Breen's amazing. Like, there's so many people that I wanted to hang out with. There's actually so many people that I always wanted to hang out with, but I'm so terrified to like even try, so I just sort of shut myself off. And I keep telling myself, hey, someday I have the courage to do that. But then look at what I'm doing right now. I'm streaming myself, and then there are people who I want to hang out with a lot actually came here, and it's like, oh shit. Wait, that's not the plan, but I'll take it. It was amazing. It was really amazing. So yeah, it's definitely something that I did not expect. And I'm yapping again. Oh my god. Need to create interaction to be good company. Doesn't take an extrovert with charisma on full blast to have people genuinely appreciate who you are. Oh, and to love sharing space with you. Your kind, your voice is lovely, you're a great vibe. I'm very glad I discovered your string and got to share the space. Oh, King! I didn't mean to like put down my line. Come on. Chill. I got this. Pink is easy, I think. Oh my god. No, I'm getting juked. No, go down. Ooh. Big toilet. I'm glad you feel that way for me. Hmm? See, that's like what I mean. Like, I didn't expect, like... I thought at first me being myself is kind of not the way to do it. But when I started VR chat, I just couldn't help it. Because I always told myself, I just want to be myself. I don't want to put on like... I remember saying this before, but I don't want to be like the streamer where even if I have a bad day and then I open up stream and then let me put away my mic for a little bit and then I'll be like, what's up guys? Tira the Kobo here, coming in with one of the banger stream of the year. Today we're gonna beat the shit out of this thing and do whatever that thing that we're gonna do, and I don't want that, right? I don't really want that. And honestly speaking, like that is just not my thing. But yeah, you get what I mean. You get what I mean. Me streaming is that I get to be snaps to come for fair. Hope it's the precious chair. We love you very much for being treating us with precious streams. Oh my god. Okay. But yeah, my stream, the way, sorry, I want to stream. It's not because I want to be like high energy, energetic streamer that's like engaging 24/7. No. Honestly, this might sound selfish on my part. The reason why I stream is to de-stress from whatever fucking world I have to live in, right? And it's like selfish, I get it, right? But it does help because in stream I get to be as myself as possible. When I'm streaming, I can be referred as a kobo. I can be like pet. I can be called a good girl. I can be praised. Anything, like anything that makes me happy. I get to be myself as myself possible. And also, I think the most important thing is that when I'm streaming, people see me as this, well, Dergbold or kobo, and that makes me very happy as well. But there's also, because of this as well, also sometimes I would do like a face cam stream. I did that a few times actually. And to not dissociate with my own body as much as I hate it. But I cannot be like, because I hate my body so I don't want to function anymore. No. So it helps. You here for that? Many of us are on that journey with you. Yeah, and it might be weird for me to say, but I do hope like we're all on the journey of self-discovery, right? Discovering more about yourself, learn more about yourself, learn to love yourself or something like that. Those kind of things. And I don't know if I'm helping that, to be honest, but if it ever does, then hey, I'm glad to be here to help just a little bit, right? If not, if you're here to like just vibe and anything, that's totally fine as well, right? That helps me a lot as well, right? Yeah, it's an interesting thought, right? Every time I play VR chat, well, for the past few days, honestly, for the past few days I played VR chat, my mindset, well, my expectations is very different than what has been happening with my VR chat sessions, and I feel like I've been blessed. I honestly have been blessed, even though like it's even wilder because I'm from Malaysia. I'm not even somewhere close to being like most of the people in chat is, right? No, I'm like a Southeast Asia place, right? And then I'm like sharing similar experiences, or like talking about safe spaces. It's just it makes me feel spatial. It kind of makes me feel spatial. Okay, I said I want to fish until I'm level 116. Look at what I'm doing. Okay, food. I guess it's time to get food, huh? Master Chief level 117. Is that like a Easter egg? Crocodile. Chief's destination is Spartan 117. Oh wow, I actually didn't know that. Saving my alligator. Wait, the Shadow Merchant is up there? Whoa, the Shadow Merchant has been there all the time. Hello. Well, you have nothing to sell for me now. Why are you like this? Huh? Why not send me anything? You should have something that's better than your rune steel fishing rod. Like, that's ridiculous. You're gonna give me something better than that. Like, you ask me what to buy, that is what you offer. Why are you thinking? Huh? What are you thinking? Why are you like this? Huh? Why are you like this? I should probably get a Rod of Pharaoh someday. But I guess my goal would be luxury speedball. Okay, I'll probably stop here for today. I look at dragon while being small. Look at the dragon. Thanks for joining. I'm probably gonna go get food now.
Enjoy your food. I'm gonna get some coffee myself.
Yeah, have good coffee. And good breakfast as well.
Thank you for the session.
Heck yeah, I had fun. Heck yeah. I'll leave for now. Thanks for joining.
Take care now.
Bye bye. See, being small, I can hide in grass and just. It's 8 p.m. Hiya. It's 8 p.m. No. No. I was about to say the game doesn't want to close. Holy shit. Alright, let's find out the right target. Save out lots of runes for enchanting the Pharaoh Rod. By the way, it has a negative on catch rate you want to auto counteract. Oh, you want to counteract? Oh, okay, okay. I actually don't know if the Rod of Pharaoh is gonna be better than Rune Steel base stat wise, because Rod of Pharaoh has negative stats, but Rune Steel doesn't. So I don't know actually. Negative catch rate but crazy luck. Oh, even speed demon's gonna help. It's not gonna help. Yeah, I mean, I used up a lot of my relics when I was enchanting my rune steel. I used up all of my old relic piece last night and used almost. I think I used almost all my mossy relic and one powerful relic. I think, yeah. But I feel like I should be able to get them back. Is the going to end up waiting long for fish compared to rune steel? Yeah, that's the thing. Because if it has minus, then even speed demon's gonna enhance it by 60% only. It's never going to get to instant. So, I don't know. I guess I'll get a feel to it when I get the Rod of Pharaoh. But there is probably not going to be any fish stream for now. So is VR chat streams, I believe. Because I don't think there's any other world that I want to play other than the fish world in VR chat. So let's get back to regular scheduled stream starting tomorrow, right? I think the obsession for fishing has died down a little bit, at least now. So yeah, very excited for ODST. Heck yeah, I'm glad. Gonna be playing ODST tomorrow. And I think at some point I want to play. There's so many games I want to play actually. I mean, I started to like Deep Rock again after playing with friends. So I'll get back into Deep Rock again someday. And maybe even Helldivers, but Helldivers is on the low chance because my PC just cannot handle Helldivers 2 in like. It's like it's really hard. So maybe not, right? Occasional Counter-Strike works too, right? Monster Hunter Wilds. I don't know when there's gonna be the huge expansion going on. But of course, one thing that has been in my mind is that I want to revisit the Pokemon Monster Hunter Emerald ROM hack. Yeah. I'll probably revisit the game again at some point because I want to look at Malzeno and stuff. So. I haven't played Deep Rock in a long time. Love it though. Sarah, my Chroma has been getting into Project Zomboid. I might dip into that too. I looked at, to be honest, I looked at Project Zomboid. The game looks so hard though. Like, there's way too many words that I need to read and be careful of, so I don't know if I'll ever get into Project Zomboid. Chances are extremely low, I feel like. But I'll still play other games. We'll see. Because my stream has always been like, oh, I feel like doing this today, and oh, I feel like doing that today, or oh, I feel like doing that on that day. Stuff like that. So yeah, it's like different. I don't really have like a schedule of what I do on what day. So oh, morning Lexi. The stream eyes don't work yet. Well, maybe you should sleep a little bit more now? If it's possible, anyway. It's complex, cunning to help me learn. I like how it feels a little bit like The Sims. Oh, I never played The Sims before, so... Alright, let me plug my things. That's normal for you? Oh my god. I have coffee. Coffee helps, coffee good, coffee nice. Coffee helps pays my bills and stuff. So, yeah. Only help if you can though. And if you fancy helping a little bit more than 7, then there's actually a monthly subscription for coffee, as low as $1 per month, right? So yeah, something like that. And I also have a Discord channel. Boom. I announced my stream stuff over there. There's also Dragon Sipping Corner because I love dragons a lot. No, that's on my end. Oh my god, CS. 我还在直播这里 C 什么鬼 essence？ Oh my friends 。我还在直播这里。可能晚一点。Okay then. And yeah, I think that's the plug. I'm just gonna get a... I'm typing Chinese, oh my god. Here's the raid message. We're gonna raid Johnny. Johnny just got back from Be Right Back screen, so... That's perfect. We're gonna raid Johnny. I like dragon. And Johnny's a shiny dragon. And I like shiny, I like dragon. That's perfect. That's the right message. Use whichever emote you guys want. It's totally fine, right? So let me type in. Okay, there we go. Uh-oh. Suka? No, I can only read Desuka. Ooh, Desuka? Something ooh? I don't type Chinese. That's Japanese. Back by Brecky. I typed in the raid. I'm ready to raid. Right, before the raid, Kobo wants to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you so much. And also know that you guys are heckin' loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. Kobo loves you, right? And here comes the raid to Johnny. Yeah. I will drink. Thank you, Gaetan. Oh, I'm suddenly feeling very hungry. Oh my god. I feel the hunger. Crazy. Maybe I should probably press the right now button. Yeah. I should probably do that and get food. So I'll see you guys tomorrow with most likely Halo ODST. So take care, everyone. Kobo loves you all. Bye bye. Take care.